Hello, Dr. Kraus.
Okay, Dr. Jolly, you're muted. I see your mouth moving.
Oh, I was talking to somebody here locally here in the.
Oh, got you. Thank you.
How are you doing?
I am doing great.
Good.
I actually feel a little jet lag with this little 1 hour thing. You don't think it would bother you when the time change in the fall, but it throws you off for a few days.
Right.
It just means I'm hungry twice.
Well, I brought my sandwich to El Dorado with me, and I said, well, I'm not hungry yet, so it's in there. I've got a sandwich for today.
Yeah, last night at 4:30, I was starving.
Mm-hmm.
Used to eating around 5:30 or 6.
You're right.
Well, I think if we get our counselor on.
I am here, and I see we have 2 participants on now, so
Yep.
I guess as soon as we get Dr. Mack, we should be good to go.
I'm here.
And just for the record, we have, today is November the 8th. This is set for informals. Present, we have Dr. Lenore Newsom, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Rodney Richmond. Did I miss somebody? Oh, Dr. Lynn Krause. Sorry about that, Dr. Krause. And Dr. Newsom, I assume you're the chairperson today.
Yes, yes.
So we have Miss Fenty, it appears, or Mr. Fenty, it appears, and Miss Fenty, Mr. Melton, and Mr. Brown. So Dr. Kirk, if you want to, and I see is Mr. Brown, is that you, the Zolander the Great? Are you Colton Brown? Okay.
We
And
see your.
Dr. Curtley, we've got all 3 of them here today. So if you want to go through your introductions about everything.
Absolutely. So good morning, everyone. My name is John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. I'm going to talk to you just briefly about how this procedure works this morning. On your screen, you're going to see several people, myself, Dr. McCready, Mr. Daniel. We are all staff members here at the Board of Pharmacy. Then we have our pharmacy board members on screen also, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Lenore Newsom. Dr. Newsom is the chairperson of this committee. This morning, I believe that all 3 of you are here with application issues. And in this, the board members are receiving an electronic packet this morning where they can actually look at the same paperwork that you have sent us. I'm sure that they're going to have some questions for you about that paperwork, which will give you a chance to interact with the board members. At the end of the discussion, they could make one of many decisions. They could say that we would approve to table this application at this time, to deny it, to approve it, or they may have some other decision. The important thing for you is whatever they decide, you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, then staff goes forth with whatever the board members have asked us to do. If you disagree with it, it's your chance to either say, you know what, forget this and walk away from the application basically, or to say you'd like to have a hearing before the full board at a later date. We call this an informal committee because it is a less formal interaction with the board where you do get a chance to kind of talk back and forth across the proverbial table. We're usually sitting around a table, but the full board has another 3 board members, would generally be an in-person appearance where we swear everyone in as witnesses and proceed with evidence much more like going to court. So to Ms. Fenty, Mr. Brim, and Ms. Melton, do you guys have any questions about how this procedure works?
No, sir.
Okay. If at any point during this you do have a question or you don't understand something that's going on, by all means, raise your hand, wave at us, something, get our attention. We want to be sure we help answer any questions that you have. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Daniel for whoever he has up first.
Thank you. We'll start with Ms. Fenty. Ms. Fenty, how do you pronounce your first name?
Jatavia.
Jatavia. Okay, perfect. Ms. Fenty is here today. This is a pharmacy technician application. She did disclose that she had been arrested previously. She does show an arrested for assault and giving a false name. That was in March of this year of 2021. And board members, if you look at her statement, it should be about the 1, 2, 3, 4, about the 5th page over in your paperwork there. It says, and this is her written statement. She got into a fight on March 15th, 2021 with another woman. This woman was standing in front of her car, so where she couldn't get in, so she felt she had no other choice but to mace her. So the assault charge is from her spraying pepper spray in another person's face, and that was in March of this year. She also stated that she was also cited or arrested for giving a false name. She stated that she gave a false name because she thought she had a warrant. So not only did she have this arrest, but apparently there's some type of previous arrest because she gave a false name because she thought she had a warrant. I couldn't find anything on that, so I'll let her maybe tell us what that was about. But
Yeah. So those
you'll get a chance in just a minute, okay? Let me finish up, and then you'll get a chance to say anything and everything that you want to.
Okay.
So so that's what she has, board member. She has that March 21st arrest for assault for giving a fake. For pepper spraying, and then she has that. Same arrest for giving a false name, but it was that same date. It was all that one incident. So, Dr. Newsom, I don't have anything further. I'll turn it over to you, and you can let her.
Okay. Seems like you've got 2 issues going on today. Tell us about why you thought you had a warrant, because that's kind of intriguing to me.
Prior to me getting my driver's license, I was riding around without a license, and I have got pulled over a few times and got a ticket that I didn't pay. But that situation, my mom had ended up paying it for me. So I had just thought, well, since I didn't pay it, it didn't get paid. I know usually when you don't pay your traffic tickets and stuff like that, they will issue out a warrant for your arrest. So that's why I thought that I had a warrant.
Okay. And when did this occur?
When did what occurred? The arrest?
Yeah. The thing, what period of time that you were driving around, like I said, without a license or whatever? When was this?
And this was back in December of 2020 when I got pulled over for a no driver's license ticket.
Okay. And how long had you been doing this?
I had got my driver's license, on my birthday of 2021 of this year. So I had just thought that I had a warrant.
Okay, but did you ever have a driver's license?
I do have a driver's license.
But did you have a license back in 2020 when this was going on?
No, that's why I had got the no driver's license ticket and I didn't pay it, but my mom did. So that's why I stated that I had thought I had a warrant.
Okay. Okay, let's fast forward to this year and you macing someone.
Mhm.
Tell me about that.
Like I stated, the female that had gotten to an altercation when she was in front of my car, would not move. Nothing was going on. We was outside of a retail store and she was just standing in front of my car, like leaning against it, did not move. And I didn't know her. I was asking her like, hey, can you move away from my car? She didn't move. And I have this defensive keychain that comes with like some mace and some other stuff on it along with my keys. So instead of me just putting my hands on her, physical touching her, I just maced her. And when I maced her, it made her move out the way. And the way she was reacting to the mace or whatever, ran into the store we was at, they called the police. And then from there, that's how it escalated.
Okay, why didn't you call the police?
Because I was telling her I could have, but I was just telling her to get out of the way.
Okay, you didn't know this lady at all?
No,
Never
I
seen her
didn't.
before?
No.
Okay. All righty. Thank you. Do any other board members have any questions? Yes. Council?
So you didn't know this woman,
No.
and your best idea you came up with to get her to move was to spray her in the face with pepper spray.
Well, it's like a heat of the moment thing. I don't know, you're leaning on my car and I'm asking you several times to move. And like I said, I had gotten kind of grew a frustration because I didn't understand why you were sitting in front of my car. So the first thing, I had my keys in my hand to get in my car. It was just a reflex and I just maced her. And when I did, she moved out the way.
I can only imagine that she would.
Mhm.
Are you working anywhere, or are you working
Yeah.
at a pharmacy or anywhere right now?
I actually, where I'm at now, I'm working at CVS Pharmacy.
Okay, and how long have you been there?
I've been here since April.
Okay, so what do you do there?
Right now I'm training to be a shift RX, which means I can work in the front store as a cashier, helping them whenever they need help, and I can work checking out prescriptions in the pharmacy. And one of the pharmacists encouraged me to get my pharmacy license when I was working back there, so that's why I went ahead and applied for it.
Okay, so are you gonna, if you get a license, are you gonna work as a technician, or are you still gonna be like covering the whole store?
That's up to them. We haven't figured that out yet. Like I said, a shift RX, like if I'm needed in the pharmacy, I can help them out because I have the credentials if I will get approved for the license, or in the front, just regular cashiering. That's what a shift RX is. You kind of float whatever they need you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Newsom. I don't have anything further.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions of this candidate? Dr. Richmond?
Complaint says that that the person that you struck with the car door and then maced was either a member of your family or somebody that
No,
you
I
knew.
don't know why they put that charge, because it was like a parenting or some family bodily injury or something like that, and I'm still to this day trying to figure out because I don't know her. I don't know anything about her. When I told them the situation, like I said, when she ran into the store for them to call the police, I don't know what she told them. When they got here, like I told y'all, that's what I told them.
So I'm still just struck that you thought that the best course of action was to mace her.
Like I said, it was a heat of the moment, and then me thinking if I was to call the police, we would have been sitting there to however long the police got there. And I just wanted the lady to move out my way so I can proceed. Like I said, I don't know why we was at a retail store, City Trends to be exact, over here kind of by Beverly. I mean, this is one of my neighborhoods. I just wanted her to move. I wasn't trying to start chaos calling the police. I just really wanted her to move. Like I said, I always had my keys in my hand. So that was just something I thought to make her move. And like I did say, she did move. Since then, I haven't seen her. I haven't gotten anything like that. I do take full responsibility for my actions for that situation. Since then, I haven't got any tickets. I haven't had any encounter with the police or law enforcement. Like I said, that was just the heat of the moment thing to get her out the way.
Dr. Jolly?
So what was the result of the arrest?
The result.
This is either a question for you or for council, but is it still pending?
Is the case still pending?
Yes.
I was supposed to go, I have a court date, December the 1st, but the court appointed lawyer, whatever they gave me, said since this was my first offense, it probably wasn't going to be anything, probably if probation. That's what he told me.
Luke, is it misdemeanor? Or what type of assault charge?
It is. It's a misdemeanor and it hasn't been resolved yet.
Okay.
Okay,
yeah,
well,
I mean, it's a misdemeanor. There's no, I mean, she's probably right about probation or even just a fine. I mean, this is not a felony. This is not something that, you know, there's usually any jail time or anything like that over.
does any other board members have any comments?
Well, it concerns me irrespective of the fact that it's a misdemeanor and she can get a fine or slap on the wrist or whatever, but it concerns me that she thought the first course of action was to mace somebody and hit him with a car door. I mean, what if she's trying to come out of the pharmacy department in CVS in the heat of the moment, somebody won't move and she maces a customer? And then the next best thing she thought was good to do was to lie about it and give somebody else's name. So at a minimum, we should put it off till the court hearing is resolved. But actually, I'm not inclined to vote to give her a license.
Does any other board members have any comments?
I'd like to see resolution to the charges.
Okay, Dr. Mack.
I would like to as well. I wondered, so, and maybe I missed this, was CVS going to give her a tech job or they're having her just be a cashier clerk type job?
I was offered a position, but in order to take the position, I would have to have my pharmacy license. That's why I applied.
But Dr. Jolly, any comment?
Nothing to add above what Dr. Richmond said. I feel the same way.
Okay, and I myself is on the thinking the same way. We need to get legal taken care of before we go forward. And right now, currently you're working and they're just waiting for you to get a permit so that you can work different places in the pharmacy. So I would like to entertain a motion as to the will of the board, please. Dr. Kraus?
Excuse me, I'd like to make a motion that we table this until we have resolution of the charges.
Do I get a second on that? Okay. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Or raise your hands. Any nays? The motion passes. Okay, Council, you want to explain to her what we just did, please, sir?
Yes, so what that means, Ms. Fenty, is they're not gonna make a decision today. They want your criminal charges resolved. Your application is good 1 year from when it was received. And I show it was received at the board on September 29th of 2021. So it is actually valid, this application, until September 28th of 2022. So it will be your responsibility if you still want this pharmacist license, when your criminal charges are resolved, it will be your responsibility to contact the board and provide proof that they have been resolved, and then you'll have to appear back before the board. So that is your responsibility to do that. You will also, you will get a letter in the mail stating this, and you also have the right to appeal this decision. If you want to appeal this decision to the next board meeting, which is in February, you need to turn that, or you need to provide the board a written notice within 30 days. But the letter you receive in the mail will explain all this, and it will explain how you can appeal their decision today. Thank you.
Okay, thank all of you all. Okay.
Next we have, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to ask who was going to be next.
Okay, so next we have Ms. Melton. I'm just kind of going in the order that they popped up on Zoom today. So next we have Melissa Melton, and Ms. Melton, you heard Dr. Kirtley before explain about the process and everything today. And let me, I've asked you to unmute. So if you'll unmute your button right there, so that's perfect. So do you have any questions about the process or anything? Okay. And like you said earlier, if you do, just wave your hand at us or something, and we'll stop. Be glad. We don't want to we do this all the time. We know you don't, so we'll be glad to stop and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Board members, this is Melissa Melton. Again, this is a pharmacy technician application. She did mark yes on her questions. She does have, in 2013, she was arrested for DWI and possession of controlled substance, and that controlled substance was marijuana. She was also possession of a drug paraphernalia. She did plead guilty to all of those charges. Like I said, that was back in 2013. Possession of marijuana, driving while intoxicated, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Also in later in 2019, she has a theft of property arrest. And actually, she entered a guilty plea, and then it was later dismissed after she served her probation or did whatever the court was ordered. So she did plead guilty to that theft of property. And like I said, has those other convictions from back in 2013. That's all I've got, Dr. Newsom. I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay. How are you doing, Ms. Melton?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Doing good. Can you
Good.
tell us about what happened in 2013?
Yes, ma'am. My ex-fiance, my fiance at the time, and I had gone to his family's lake house down in Pike County for the 4th of July weekend. We had been on the water. We'd been drinking beer on the lake. It was 4th of July. You know, we were having a big celebration and stuff. I and stupidly, I didn't feel intoxicated at the time. We had been kind of drinking all day, but I realized my blood alcohol level was, you know, too high. I didn't understand then. So I got behind the wheel. I got pulled over because I had a headlight out. And it wasn't my marijuana or pipe. It was my fiance's. However, it was in my car, and I take full responsibility for it. I'm very sorry. I learned a lot then, and I'm very sorry. It's I'm sorry. I guess I'm at a loss for words.
Okay. Yeah. We understand. Thanks for telling us about that. And
Yes,
tell us
ma'am.
about the more recent thing that happened.
Well, it's so embarrassing. And that was my first time doing that. I haven't done that again. But I just come home from a trip to Branson with my mom and my daughter, and I got on Facebook Marketplace, and I was looking at these purses, and it was named Melissa handbag. And I know it sounds so crazy and bizarre, so out of character for me. Also, I had been prescribed Adderall at the time for my attention span deficit. I do feel like that probably contributed to my my odd thinking on that. I went and I took a purse from Dillard's. I've paid them back. I mean, they definitely, they got the purse. I didn't take it with me. I've paid them the the cost, I've repaid them the cost of the purse. Because it was my first time, the judge let me, gave me, I guess, probation or something in that, I couldn't get, nothing like that could happen again, for a year. I took my classes and I paid my fines, and I've never done that again. And I couldn't be more embarrassed. I have children I'm trying to set a good example for. I was feeling very desperate in my life. My son had gone through some stuff, and I was going to pick him up. He was coming to live with me. He's 25. So he was 23 at the time, and he had just gotten off drugs and had been in a facility, and I was going to pick him up, and I can't, I just made a terrible decision that could have, it always affects a lot of lives when you do that, especially as a parent and grandparent. And I would never do anything. I'm trying to, trying to make the next best choice in my life. And I just wasn't thinking about the repercussions, but they're very clear to me now.
Okay. What brings you to the world of pharmacy?
Well, I was in the mental health. I worked at Rivendell Behavioral Health Center. I worked there for 3.5 years, and I really enjoyed my job. But I had back surgery last August and didn't feel that I was up to the physical aspect. Excuse me, just a second. I didn't feel I was up to the physical aspect that was so demanding of that job. So I was, cast out a very wide net in my job search. And I had a pharmacist call me and ask me for an interview. And I'm just so excited at the prospect of this new beginning and new career that I can build on. And I'm focusing on being a good role model for my 17-year-old daughter and my son, who has been clean and doesn't use drugs, and he can look to me to be a good role model for him. I guess that's about it.
Okay. What pharmacy are you talking to?
Cornerstone Pharmacy.
Okay, great. Great. Did any of the board members have any questions for this candidate? Dr. Krause?
You're not working in a pharmacy currently, are you?
I am employed there.
Anyone else? Dr. McCready?
What exactly do you do there?
Well, I was hired to be a pharmacy tech. So I've been, training with them.
What kind of training are you doing?
Well, mainly computer stuff, a little bit of shadowing. I haven't put my hands on anything. I haven't, done any type of pharmacy work. I'm just, I'm training.
Your Facebook page says you're a laboratory technician at Cornerstone. What does that mean?
Well, that is the job that they are wanting me to train to do.
So you're not actually a laboratory technician at Cornerstone?
No, ma'am.
You just put that on your Facebook page?
Well, yes, ma'am.
I don't have any more questions.
Whenever I was hired at Cornerstone, I can't be that unless I have a license.
Okay, any other comments from board members?
When you say you're doing computer stuff, tell me more specifically what you're doing.
Oh, well, some of the training and classes that my pharmacist has assigned me to do, competency training, compliance, just, some of the, as far as learning, about HIPAA, about, it's the competency training classes that you have to complete each year, I suppose is what I'm talking about.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, what is the will of the board on this candidate, please?
So all this occurred about 8 years ago.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had any?
2019, but everything else was in 2013.
Right,
Okay.
correct.
What was in 19?
The theft of property, but
Okay.
the drugs and DWI were in 2013.
And the drugs and DWI, was that a felony or a misdemeanor?
No, it's a misdemeanor.
Okay.
Just simple possession of marijuana and a DWI.
I guess my thought would be, since it has been quite a while and she's really trying to, or for years, she's tried to straighten it, be on the straight and narrow, I would probably say, okay, on the tech license. What do the others think?
Dr. Kraus, were you about to speak?
Yeah, I'm just debating or deliberating in my own mind, but the 2019 thing is, recent, theft of property within the last 3 years. I don't want to keep her from, being a pharmacy tech, but at the same time, I think, there may be a little time there. I don't know. I don't know. I'm still thinking, I'm hoping for some other wisdom.
Okay, Dr. Richmond, do you have any wisdom?
Well, I don't know if I have any
bonus?
wisdom. I got a question.
Okay.
Being from Dillard's, I'm assuming that was a high dollar purse. How much did that purse cost?
It was a couple $100.
But what I've seen here is that she is showing us remorse over what she's done. And hopefully this will be the thing that will start her in a positive direction.
Absolutely.
Dr. Jolly, or is that just background noise?
Sorry, that was background noise.
Thank you, sir.
I'd be okay with it. I mean, I think that if she, I'm wondering about a pattern of poor decisions here. One, I can understand, but it was a while back, and I understand the situation. You can't steal if you're in a pharmacy.
No, absolutely not. I've worked in a bank before, and I would never jeopardize anything like that.
And you're working at Cornerstone now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'd vote to let her give it a shot, but if anything pops up, I would be quick to vote for the tech license to be canceled or terminated.
Understand that.
Also, Cornerstone will be a positive place of employment. So hopefully she'll be able to pick up on the positive vibes that are there in that store. So Dr. Mack, is what you're saying, is that in the form of a motion?
Yes, I'd make the motion that we grant the license today.
Thank you. And Dr. Kraus, is yours the second to that motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye or either raise your hand.
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
Nay.
Whoa, we got a tie vote. This is rare, but I am going to vote in favor of this young lady. I think that she is now on her way to doing better things, and hopefully, like I said before, Cornerstone will be a positive influence on your life. But this is your chance.
Thank you.
You've got to take it, and you can't look the other way. You can't look back and do the things that you've done in the past.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Right.
You will receive, it'll be mailed out in the next couple of days. So once you receive your license in the mail, you actually get the paper copy. Then you can start working as a pharmacy technician. But
Yes.
it's mailed out today or tomorrow. So
Thank
by
you
the end of
so
the week, hopefully.
Thank
And it's
you.
still a good address on Whirlwind Street.
Yes, sir.
We'll get it mailed out to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Mr. Brown, Colton Brown.
Yes, sir.
All right, and you heard Dr. Kirtley earlier when he gave his, when he kind of talked about the process and everything today. You have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, let me set her stuff aside and. All right, this is a pharmacy technician application. He did not disclose, he sent in his application September of this year, 2021. Did not disclose any arrest or anything on his application. When his criminal history came back, it did show an arrest in 2017. He has a conviction for DWI. It's a driving while intoxicated, but it's for drugs. It's not for alcohol. So he was has that conviction 2017, also for possession of drug paraphernalia, and he was arrested for endangering the welfare of a minor because there was a child in the vehicle. He admitted to smoking marijuana that day, so he was driving the car while intoxicated on marijuana and had a child in the car. So he does have that conviction for DWI drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia, and also in 2019. He had a theft of property conviction. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Newsom.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. How are you?
Okay. You want to tell us about all of this?
Yes. To start off with, my cousin, who was the child at the time, he in a month was going to turn 18, and they said that they were going to throw that charge up because he was so close to 18. But I guess they didn't. But on my paper or my probation work, it didn't it didn't show that charge. The judge told me that he was going to throw it out, and but I was driving while intoxicated, and I did have a marijuana pipe on me. And then the theft by receiving charge, I don't know if I put it down on there, but I took that charge for my son's mother. And I even told the judge that he said that one of us was going to have to take the charge. And being the man I am, I didn't want my son's mother going to jail or anything, so I took that charge as well. But I've gotten done with all the probation. It's been a very long and tedious process, but I had my son in 2020 or 2019, and that's when I guess you could say my life changed, because I had that little boy. And that boy has changed me for the best. And the person I was in 2017 as a child, because that's what I was a child. And I can't see myself making those mistakes again, because I have him looking up to me, and I have to be an example for him, because I didn't have that example.
Okay, so what are you doing for a living at this current time?
I was working at All Care until the paperwork and stuff, it came back with my background check and everything. So they suspended me until all this paperwork could come back, and we got the final say so on what y'all were going to do.
What were you doing at All Care?
I worked there in 2017 or 2016 as a pharmacy tech, or actually I was a stat driver then, but they quit doing the stat driving and everything. So now when I was working there, I was packaging medicine.
Okay, so you did these things with the technician's license?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were aware?
I had my license before I quit the job, and then all this stuff happened. It's like I went downhill after I lost that job.
Okay, so you saying losing a job is the thing that changed your attitude? Or
it made me, I guess at the time, not care about my own life. And then I wouldn't say got hit with the pregnancy, but we didn't know that we were pregnant, and that made me do a whole 180. Made me think about what I wanted for the rest of my life, and if this was the road I wanted to go down, and jail time and all that is not it's not worth it at all.
Okay. Okay, let me go with Mr. Daniel, and then Dr. Krause, I'll come to you. Both those hands went up at the same time.
So you were licensed as a pharmacy technician you got licensed in February of 2017, and then you did not renew your license at the end of 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
So while you were licensed as a pharmacy technician, this arrest is from October 26th of 2017. So while you were licensed and working as a pharmacy technician, you were driving around and smoking marijuana?
No, sir. It was after I'd quit the job.
Yes, but you were licensed as a pharmacy technician until the end of 2018, correct?
It was probably around 5 months.
I'm not asking you how long you worked. You got your license in February of 2017, and then it expired in December of 2018. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So while you were a licensed pharmacy technician, you were using marijuana?
Yes, sir.
So when's the last time you used marijuana?
I couldn't tell you.
I mean, a few weeks, a couple of months, yesterday. I mean,
It's definitely been at least 6 or 7 months. Whenever I got off, I had failed one test on my drug test, but after that, I stayed clean, and I've been clean since.
Failed a drug test for what?
Marijuana.
Work?
No, I was on probation.
Because I mean, the name you just had on your you know, when you popped up here, had 420 in it.
Yes, sir. That was my old, my old stupid name, and it's yeah. I should have looked at it before I put it on there. I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, so you said you haven't smoked in about 6 months.
Yeah, and they could drug test me right now and I pop up clean.
Okay, so even after all these arrests, you were still smoking marijuana up till just a few months ago.
Yes, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't think you can have your pharmacy tech license in your marijuana card, can you?
You can't? Do you have one?
No, sir. So I can't work there and have my marijuana card?
No.
Oh.
I have nothing further. I turn over to Dr. Newsom. I believe Dr. Kraus had a question.
Okay, Dr. Kraus, and then I've got a question.
Yeah, and I about how old is your son?
He's 2. He just turned 2.
And is he the minor that they're talking about in this?
No, sir. It's my cousin Logan.
Oh,
Lucas.
thank you.
My question is, why do you need a marijuana card?
For my the medicine they have me on right now, which is what is it, Concerta, Abilify, and Cymbalta. And I don't like the way they make me feel, and I was just doing research on all the medical benefits that the marijuana has, like for my eating and everything and anxiety. And I thought that would be a better choice than all the medicine they're shoving down my throat.
Yeah.
So,
do you know anxiety is not one of the conditions listed that makes you qualify for a medical marijuana card?
Does PTSD qualify as one?
I'm just telling you, anxiety doesn't.
I have PTSD and along with the anxiety. I know I looked that up and it said it was on the list, and so is stomach problems. I know I got an EDG a couple months ago, and they told me that that would qualify me for getting my card. But if I can't get my card and work at a pharmacy, then I would take the pharmacy tech license over the marijuana.
so you still are smoking then?
No, not. I want to smoke. Like I told him, I haven't smoked since I got off the whole probation thing for about 6 months.
Okay, do you know that you're throwing a lot of red flags here? You've been through this. You know that if you're a technician, you can't be doing the smoking.
Yes, ma'am.
That's working under influence. And right now, I kind of find that hard to believe that you're not smoking right now. Now that's my opinion, but that's what I feel. I don't think you've given it up.
No, I definitely wouldn't waste y'all's time.
I'm speaking a lot. What are the other board members thinking?
Dr. Newsom, I hope that when he says that he's changed his life with the birth of his son, I want to believe that. Just based on some comments that I've heard today and the recent issues that he's had, I would have concerns giving him his tech license today. If he, was to come back, down the road and had, clean, criminal history and things like that, then maybe consider. But today, and again, based on his comments around marijuana, I wouldn't be comfortable granting his license. Those are my thoughts.
Dr. Kraus, thank you.
If that's a motion, Dr. Jolly, I'd second it.
I'm willing to put that in a motion, but I didn't know if, Dr. Mack and Dr. Richmond may have comments that they want to make first.
Dr. Richmond?
Mr. Brim led with the comment that I thought that charge had been thrown out because my cousin was near adult age. It doesn't change the fact that's a mere technicality. It doesn't change the fact whether somebody's over 18 or under 18, that the record says he was driving down the wrong side of the road. So not only is he endangering people who are in the vehicle, but he's also endangering people who are outside of the vehicle. Um, if he says he's the man that he is, why did he not disclose these things to start with on the application?
Thank you. Dr. Mack?
I agree with Dr. Jolly.
Thank you. So Dr. Jolly has a motion on the floor.
Yeah,
Dr. Krause
okay, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. You said that you want to make that a motion a few seconds ago.
Yeah, I'll make that a motion that we deny his application.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Krause, you did a second on it? Okay, do we have any further discussion? I'm gonna take a vote. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes. Dr. Daniel, Mr. Daniel, you're muted.
Sorry.
Okay,
Thank you. Mr. Bram, you'll get a letter in the mail within the next week or so that would just have their decision in it. And if they voted to deny your application, you have the right to appeal that if you want to. And it'll be stated in that letter how you can do that, but you can appeal that to a full hearing in front of the full board. So, but like I said, if you want to do that, that letter will state how you can. Thank you for being here today. And that's all the board has.
All right.
thank you.
Have Dr. Romes, are you here? You're muted. If you'll unmute yourself, please, so we can hear you.
Yes, sir, I am.
Dr. Romes, this is Roderick Romes. We are
Yes,
here.
sir.
This was a prescription error, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. McCready, and she can kind of walk through that error from the board. I believe it was based on a complaint. Is that correct, Dr. McCready?
That's correct.
I'll turn it over to her, and she'll walk through that complaint and what she did as that investigation.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know Dr. Romes. I don't think he was here earlier. Dr. Kirtley, if you want to tell him, I apologize.
That's fine.
If
Real quick,
the process.
Dr. Holmes, I know you got to see just kind of how this process works, but briefly, you've got various members of our staff, myself, Mr. Daniel, Dr. McCready on screen that you'll see, and then pretty much everyone else that'll be seeing and talking with you, Dr. Newsom, Dr. Mack, Richmond, Dr. Krause, somebody just disappeared, Dr. Jolly. They're all pharmacy board members that are decision makers here today. So in this, we call it informal because it is kind of a discussion back and forth. At the end of the discussion, the board members will generally come up with some suggested decision. If you agree with that decision, we go forth with what they say. If you do not agree with that decision, then it gives you a chance to appeal to have a full board hearing at a later date. That's these 5 board members plus 3 more. It is a much more formal interaction with the board where you would come into our office, we swear everyone in as witnesses and present evidence much like going to court. Do you have any questions about how this works?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, if at any point during this you've got a question for us or need to tell us something, by all means, wave your hand, get our attention, and we want to help answer any questions you've got as well.
Okay, sounds good.
With that, I'm going to punt over to Dr. McCready.
Good morning. Is it Romes, R-O-M-E-S, Dr. Romes?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Romes is a pharmacist at Kroger. He was at the time of this prescription error. He received a prescription for a hospice patient. The prescription was written for Roxanol 20 per 5. It's actually written for 100 per 5 or 20 per 1, I'm sorry, which is a morphine product. He actually dispensed Roxicodone 5 per 5, which is an oxycodone product. When the prescription came in, he actually called the doctor's office to change the concentration because he felt like it was written incorrectly because he was thinking oxycodone instead of morphine. They didn't have enough to fill the prescription, so that was another kind of a red flag to stop and look at the prescription and what he was filling. The hospice actually called the pharmacy and was told that an error was made, but they really weren't told what happened. From my understanding, when the patient called, or when the pharmacist was asked about the prescription, a technician actually took the call and tried to explain that the 2 drugs were the same. And the patient family member explained that no, one was morphine and one was oxycodone. The pharmacist realized that the prescription was an error and actually ask the hospice representative to send them a new prescription since they had actually already filled this Schedule 2 prescription, although it was filled in error. Eventually, they decided to go ahead and fill the prescription correctly and gave it to the hospice patient. The staffing that day, there was a pharmacist from 8 to 8. He was actually there. He was the only pharmacist there. And then they had technicians staggered through the day, and there were 4 technicians. I don't have the number of prescriptions they filled that day, so I don't actually know how busy he was. But I do know that based on what we read in the documents from the pharmacy and the complainant, that there were some red flags that should have maybe prompted the idea that he was not filling the prescription correctly.
Can I interject something with that story? So I didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't
hold
think
on
that-
just a second. Hold on just a
Okay.
second. Dr. Jolly, you had a question?
Yeah, about the staffing that day. Dr. McCready, did you say they had one pharmacist from 8 to 8 that day?
That's correct.
Okay, thank
They
you.
have another pharmacist, but he was off. They had a technician, one from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., 12 p.m. to 8 p.m., 8 to 4, and 8 to 12, according to what was sent into the pharmacy. And this is what looks like happened based on the statements we received, the prescription we received, et cetera.
Okay. And then my question, I do have a quick question for Dr. Romes. About how many scripts do you guys fill a day?
Right now, we're doing about 300 to 350 a day.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Dr. Rones, you wanted to make a statement?
Yes, ma'am. So I didn't think that the prescription was written incorrectly. I thought I confused Roxanol with Roxicodone. And so there is a 20 milligram per meal oxycodone product. So whenever I called to get it changed, I was trying to make the changes in the dose changes based on what we had, which was the 5 per 5.
Okay. So do you know if there was any patient harm done?
No, ma'am. I actually didn't find out about the medication error until I got back on that Monday. And then that's when I saw everything with the board and I submitted everything. But I didn't reach out to the patient because I didn't know if that was something that I was supposed to do, given, what was going on.
Okay, now how much time left between the time that they got the incorrect medicine until they got the correct medicine?
From what I've read, it was the next day.
Next day?
I saw that she put in there when she got home, she saw that it was wrong. And I don't know if she got home the same day or if she took a trip and got home. I don't know, but I never received a call about anything being wrong. And like I said, I didn't find out about the accident until that Monday or Tuesday when I got back.
And it's my understanding that they did call the pharmacy and the technician tried to explain to them that they were the same medication rather than actually passing that off to the pharmacist to talk to the patient. Or not the patient. The patient was a hospice patient, but to the patient representative.
Okay, thank you. Now, do we have any other information that have not been disclosed?
The only other thing is they did not have enough of the correct medication. They did take of the medication he filled, they did take what they had. I'm reading from her statement and it says, the pharmacy tech said they did not have enough to fill the prescription, but would give us what they had and we could get the remainder in a day or two. They could check with another Kroger. We took what was available. When we arrived home and looked at the bottle and it said oxycodone. We called hospice and they were trying to find out what happened. The day before my mother passed, hospice came out and I again mentioned discrepancy in the RX. She called the pharmacy and they admitted it was a pharmacy error, but no other explanation was forthcoming. Also, they asked for another RX for the morphine when an unfilled RX was still at the pharmacy. The pharmacy tried to tell me that Roxanol and oxycodone were the same. I would like to know how and why one prescribed medication was changed to another, is her statement.
Okay, Dr. Mack.
So the first, I'm a little confused trying to follow this, but the first sentence says, we were counseled on Roxanol, but they got home with oxycodone. So I'm just trying to figure out
Well, I think the doctor had talked to her about Roxanol. I never counseled her on morphine, and actually, when she came in and we were talking, she was speaking with me. So I assumed that she had thought that I was the technician, because when I told her we only had 118 meals, I specifically stated that she could not get the rest without a new prescription. I didn't tell her that she could come back and get the remainder. I remember the conversation with her clearly.
So can you kind of just start from the beginning of what did the prescription look like? What did you misunderstand and what did you actually do with the doctor? Just tell me one more time. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. That's okay. So we got a prescription in. Well, before that, we had gotten a prescription in for oxycodone tablets for her a few days before. And I had a conversation with her because I told her that we couldn't fill it at the moment because it didn't come through as a hospice prescription. I can't remember if it was brought in or how it was, but the prescription was already in the system for the oxycodone tablets. And they were dispensing, I believe it may have been like a 25-day supply. And I told her we couldn't dispense that until we talked to the doctor. Well, she got upset, and pretty much told me that we were effing worthless and hung up the phone. And so the next few days when I went back to work, we got the prescription for Roxanol when it came through. And so my first thought was that, well, her mom, she couldn't tolerate swallowing the tablet. So they changed her to oxycodone liquid. I got those two confused. And so when it came through 100 milligrams per 5, 20 per 1, I looked and there was a concentration for oxycodone 20 per 1 that we can order from Cardinal, but we had the 5 per 5. So whenever I called the doctor, I asked them if they were okay if I made the adjustments with the dose given and the concentration. And the nurse told me that would be fine.
And then the patient or the mother or the daughter got home, found out it was wrong, and then the next day they got the right thing. Okay, that I understand now. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Uh-huh.
Dr. Kraus?
Yeah, I think it's a unfortunately easy mistake to make. And I feel for you. I also need, you also might want to know that on hospice scripts, correct me on my terminology, John, if I need to, but you can partially fill for a terminal patient. You just have to keep up with each dispensing. They have 90 days, I think, to get the entire amount. 60.
Okay.
Thank you.
But Dr. Kraus, many stores do not allow the partial filling, even if it's approved under Arkansas or federal law. So it may be a specific store policy.
Well, they may not be able to physically do it in their system or whatever. Yeah.
Dr. McCready, then Dr. Richmond.
I just want to add that he said he did not know that it was a hospice prescription, and it's written from Kindred Hospice. It's written from a hospice facility, and that's a prescription tablet or pad.
Not the Roxanol prescription for the liquid. There was a prescription that was sent in to us earlier for some oxycodone tablets.
Okay.
Okay.
The Roxanol prescription does say hospice across the top.
Right. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. I knew that was a hospice prescription. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Richmond.
One thing I'll take a bit of exception with Dr. Kraus' statement that it's an easy mistake to make, and I would agree it is an easy mistake to make. And I'll offer this, not being critical, but just from an education standpoint. Opiates, especially high concentration opiates, are what we would refer to as a high alert drug. And so they need to have a certain degree of scrutiny to make sure, and if that involves another set of eyes, then that's what you really should do to make sure that you're not making an error. Now, in this case, it ended up being 5 milligrams of oxycodone instead of 5 milligrams of morphine. The difference is oxycodone is slightly more potent by about 1/3. So in reality, she probably got about 6 or 7 milligrams of morphine equivalents instead of 5. So the likelihood that she suffered respiratory depression because of that is probably very limited. And in fact, her pain may have been a little more alleviated, but that's a fortunate outcome. It could have been very much have gone the other way. So I
Yes,
would
sir.
just encourage you, just in your own personal practice, to develop a quality assurance process. You know, when you come across Duragesic, are they opioid tolerant? If you come across amiodarone, be cautious about the loading dose. If you come across methotrexate, make sure that you do everything to avoid a once daily versus once weekly error. In other words, I know this doesn't involve any of those drugs. I'm simply saying that as an example of a high alert drug, that you should develop a quality assurance process for your own filling so that you go through a number of steps. And if that involves the eyes of other people, do that so that you can avoid it. It sounds like that you were very involved in this prescription. It doesn't sound like that, you know, it just sort of flew past, although when you look at the work log, I think from the time it was entered till the time it was dispensed was about 4 minutes. That's at least the electronic part. So, but you've got a script volume that is fairly heavy as well. So I don't fault you for not trying to do your job, but you can't work harder at avoiding mistakes. You have to build in duplicate systems so that you can catch these. So
Yes,
I
sir.
simply offer that as education.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dr. Jolly, did you have a comment?
No, I think, you know, this is a sound alike, look alike, you know, issue as far as a medication error. And, you know, I don't know if his computer system allows, but the other thing that has helped me in the past is to, you know, type in the Roxanol, and then you get the alternatives for morphine, and you realize, oh, I was, you know, thinking oxycodone. And I'm not familiar with Kroger's computer system. I don't even know if brand name Roxanol is still on the market. I don't think it is, but still, you know, type in that brand name and it'll sometimes catch you, help you catch maybe some of those sound alike lookalikes. Because I was looking at a copy of the script and I don't see any legibility issues. I mean, it plainly was written for Roxanol. And
Yes, sir.
I'm just passing that along, just based on personal experience as well, is, you know, use that brand name and a substitute in your computer system. That'll potentially help with these issues.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Dr. Kraus?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Along the same lines as what Dr. Richmond and Dr. Jolly were saying. Have you changed anything, or have you made any improvements or done anything in the pharmacy to kind of prevent something like this from happening again, Dr. Romes?
Yes, sir. Actually, what the gentleman had just said about entering it in as how it's written on the prescription, Roxanol or brand name, that's something that was our action plan for that, to, you know, help avoid those mistakes. Yes, sir.
Okay, Dr. Kraus?
Yes, ma'am. If I may, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we ask Dr. Romes to do 3 hours of CE on med errors and $250 investigative costs.
Dr. Richmond?
I would amend that to make that non-disciplinary.
Dr. Kraus, is that okay?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do I get a second on that motion? Okay, Dr. Richmond? Okay. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes. Counselor?
Dr. Rones, I'll put all this in a letter, but what they said was 3 hours of continuing education on medication errors. And this 3 hours is in addition to the 30 you already have to do for the next renewal period.
Yes, sir.
And a $250 fine, or I'm sorry, $250 in investigative costs. It's a non-disciplinary matter. It'll just be put in a letter to you. There's no consent agreement. There's nothing like that you have to sign. Nothing,
Yes, sir.
you know, the board will not report this to any national database or to anywhere else. So this is just a $250 investigative cost with 3 hours of CD with 3 hours of CE. And As Dr. Curtley said before, you do have the right to appeal this. So if you want to come to a full board meeting, you have that right. Now, all of that will be stated in the letter. But if you do decide to take this, the board will give you 60 days to get that fine and
Yes, sir.
But like I said, it'll all be in that letter. Then you can just let us know how you want to move forward.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, did anyone else have any questions or comments? Right. Thank you, Dr. Rollins.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Had a
you.
request for a 5-minute break.
Sounds
Got it.
good. We'll come back in 5 minutes and I know we've got 2 already here. So
Okay, let's say get back at
Dr. Richmond?
10:45.
Yes,
Yeah, Dr. Richmond?
yes, Mr. Daniel, our next case, is it going to be Terry Lloyd?
yes,
Terry was one of my students for 4 years, and I think very highly of Terry. And so I probably, out of an abundance of caution, should recuse myself from participating in the hearing, if you think so.
if that's what you want to, if you would prefer to recuse, that is absolutely fine with me.
But I won't skew my judgment, but I wanted to at least acknowledge that I did know Terry for a while, and I think highly of him as a pharmacist. So,
Okay, yeah. I mean, this is an informal, and if you're saying that you won't be biased in your decision making, I have no issue with you sitting.
okay, I'll stay on that.
Okay.
See y'all at 10:45. Okay, is everybody about ready to start back? Excuse me.
Dr. Boguslavsky, are you on with us?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry, just trying to get it to work.
There you go. Dr. Newsom, I think Dr. Boguslavsky will just take a couple of minutes when we get back if you want to do that. Or I know Dr. Richmond was going to probably step away for Dr. Lloyd's.
Well, I told him that since this was an informal and he stated that he would not be biased in his decision making. So based on him stating that information and the fact that this is informal, I have no idea. I mean, I have no issue with him sitting in on this. So he said he would stay.
Okay, so who do y'all want to call up next?
So Dr. Boguslavsky was here last year over a medication dispensing issue, and the board resolved at that time, but it just asked her to come back in a year just to let us know how she's doing, if she's working and how everything's going. I think she just has a quick update to let us know that.
Yeah, and just for a heads up, this was just the one where I believe somebody brought in a Suboxone prescription and there was a police report that it had been stolen. So she gave them, I believe, a few days to carry them over, but that was done without a police. That was done without a prescription. And I did speak to her. Rick Angel represented her at that hearing or at that inform previously, and I have spoken to them today. He is aware that she is here, and I told him that this was not going to be an adversarial. Yeah, it was just kind of a checkup on how she's doing, and she was ordered to retake the law exam and appear before the board in 1 year. She successfully passed the law exam. So I'll just turn it over to you, Dr. Boguslavsky, if you'll just give the board a quick update on what you're doing.
Okay. Yes, I passed the law exam. And then I think starting in December, I started working for Walgreens as a floater. I'm now a full-time pharmacist working for Walgreens.
Still floating?
Still floating, yes. I do have an interview today for a full-time staff position at Baseline, though, so we'll see how that goes.
Okay. But everything been going well in between?
Yes, everything is great.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, that was a quick update.
Yeah, and this was an informal decision before, so I'm just going to write on here no further action unless that's something different than what one of the board members wants to take today.
Okay, that sounds great to me.
I see Dr. Krause with his hand up.
Okay, Dr. Krause.
I was just going to tell Kara, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
It's same here.
Thank you.
And Dr. Boguslavsky, I'll just get a letter to you and Mr. Angel that just says the case or that the board considers this matter closed and there will be no further action.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Daniel, I have Dr. Lloyd and Ms. Horner up next. So
Yes, I saw her on here too. Is she? There she is. Okay, yeah. If you want to do your introductions.
Absolutely. Dr. Lloyd, Ms. Horner, my name is John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Real quick, the people that you'll, for the most part, be speaking with today, myself, Dr. Brenda McCready, and Mr. Luke Daniel, we are all staff members here at the Board of Pharmacy. And you also have board members on here who are decision makers today. Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Debbie Mack, and Dr. Lenore Newsom. Dr. Newsom is the chair of this informal committee. In this instance, we're here to discuss a complaint that came in over a med error. And at the end of this, and I think some of you got to see part of the last one, the board members will make some suggestion for what action they would intend to take in this. The important thing for you is you can either agree or disagree with whatever they come up with today. If you agree, then we go forth with whatever they've told us to do today. And if you disagree, it gives you a chance to say, basically, you'd like to have a full hearing before the full 8-member board at a later date. Do either of you have any questions about how the process works?
No, sir.
Okay. And I just lost her again. just lost Miss Horton's video. I'm gonna click to see if she can start it back, make sure we've got her on here. Miss Horner, are you able to get back on with us? Dr. Lloyd, you answered so fast it kicked her off.
I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure we have her able to participate with us.
Yes, sir.
It's like she may be coming in a second time. So Ms. Horner, I show you on my screen twice. Both are muted. So I'm clicking, there you go. I know you're there, but it's off garble.
Maybe she can call in on her phone. I know we won't have video, but at least we'll have her in person. That'll take a lot less, you know, bandwidth on, you know, if she just had the internet area.
Ms. Horner, can you hear us now? So we've got one line that is not muted for her and one that is.
Yeah, and Ms. Horner, if you can hear us on that Zoom link, there's also a phone number. It's a toll-free number. If you may want to call in on that, we won't be able to see you, but at least we'll be able to hear you if you're having the video issues.
I've got a question. Who is guest 1 and guest 2?
Those are, we set up, we asked everybody to appear virtually, but if somebody had a reason that they had to appear in person, no internet, whatever, those are our computers that we have set up in the boardroom just in case we need them.
Thank you.
Yeah, we just set them up I think we may have one technician tomorrow coming in person. So we gave everybody, like, if you actually have to appear, you know, you don't have the ability to zoom in or whatever, we gave them the option.
Yeah.
So that's
Thank you.
Yeah,
and we can rename those whoever it is if they do appear.
Mm-hmm.
So Ms. Horner, we are here to have you back.
I think she broke up.
Yeah. Can you hear us? So I'm going to try stopping her video, which might help with bandwidth a little bit. Ms. Horner, are you able to hear us? Because if you can, we cannot hear you.
I was going to ask her to wave, but you know, we can't see her now.
Yeah, I stopped the video thinking that might help a little bit, but it appears we have a shaky connection. And then we've got, there we go. I think she's coming back in on our iPhone. All right, Ms. Horner, I think we've got you back on your iPhone now, but it's muted.
Okay, sorry.
No, there you go.
Okay.
Were you able to hear just the rundown of how this works?
No, I wasn't able to hear.
So I'll do it again. It doesn't take me that long. On your screen, you'll see several of us that are on video and that would be speaking with you. Myself, I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. Dr. Brenda McCready is our assistant director, and Mr. Luke Daniel is our legal counsel. The other people you generally will see on screen are members of the board and decision makers here today. Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Lenore Newsom. Dr. Newsom is the chair of this committee. We're here today to discuss a complaint that came in regarding a med air. And the important thing is, at the end of this, the board members generally come up with some suggestion for what action they want to take. Whatever suggestion they have, you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree, then we go forth with whatever they have suggested for us to do. If you disagree, it gives you the chance to ask for a full hearing before the full board, which is a little bit more formal process. It would be in person with all 8 members of the board. We swear in witnesses and take testimony, and it looks a lot more like going to court. With that, do you have any questions about how this works?
No.
If at any point during this you need to ask us a question, wave your hands, get our attention, whatever you need to do so that we can help answer any questions that you've got.
Okay.
Okay, with that, I'm going to turn it over to my fellow staff to give us an outline of why we're here today.
Good morning.
Go ahead. I'll turn it over to Dr. McCready, but like Dr. Curley said, this was a complaint about a 2-month-old patient. And we've asked the pharmacist and the technician to be here today because the instructions were typed in incorrectly to begin with. And that's kind of what started this whole ball rolling. So, but I'll turn that over to Dr. McCready, and she can go through that complaint and that investigation that she did.
Good morning. This was a prescription written for a 2-month-old for some famotidine, given the prescription said give 2.5 milligrams, which is 0.3 mils twice a day. When it was typed into the system, they were typed in correctly at 2.5 mils twice a day, which was about an 8-fold increase of the dose that should have been given to the child. Normally when we do an audit, we look at what's written on the prescription, and this possibly could have even been considered as 2 on an audit because the 2.5 milligrams was listed, but so was the 0.3 milliliters, which should have been a red flag when the pharmacist looked at it and compared to the SIG because of the change in the milligrams to milliliters. It wasn't caught by the pharmacist. The pharmacist had a couple of opportunities to catch it. There was a DUR override. The DUR stated that the drug dosage condition encountered the child's lesson 1 perform a manual dose check. DUR severity was major. It was overridden by the pharmacist, Dr. Lloyd, and dispensed to the patient. Fortunately, the patient did not take the medication. The mom is a nurse and realized that the dosing was wrong and called the pharmacist. The reason we had the technician, we normally just bring the pharmacist in because they're the one that's ultimately responsible for the prescription. But the reason we brought the technician is because in her statement, she said, I, Kendra Horner, CPHT, do not recall typing in the prescription. After reviewing the way the prescription was typed, I would not have typed the prescription in this way. I would have made sure that the script was typed with better verbiage than give 2.5 milliliters twice a day. I believe I wasn't signed off of the computer and a technician with less experience typed the prescription under my name. The board has always said if it's got your initials on it, you're responsible for it. And we felt like it was important to bring her in to reiterate that point to her. And I'll turn it over to the board.
Okay, Dr. Lloyd, you want to tell us in your words what happened here?
All right. As far as that specific day it was kind of hard to remember that specific day, but I can tell you what a typical day was around that time. It was at the end of the month, right at the beginning of the month before the holidays. So that's usually our busiest times. At that current location, we was doing between 900 to 1,000 scripts a day. We also was going through a pharmacy buyout at the time. So on top of the excessive amount of phone calls that we got that day, we was getting rerouted phone calls from Oak Grove Express, which is the pharmacy that we bought out at that time. So we was transferring prescriptions in and out, running back and forth, doing consultations, trying to keep normal workflow, and that prescription slipped past me. So
okay, how many pharmacists did you have working per day?
Per day, for that day, it was 3. It was someone who came in from 7 to 5. He was a fairly new pharmacist. Then I was 9 to 7 that day. And then we had a pharmacist that worked 3 to 11 that night. That evening.
So you had 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
At one time?
It didn't look like all hours. There were 3, right?
No. It was 7 to 5. Then you had a 9 to 7, which was me, and then you had another pharmacy that came in from 3 to 11 that evening.
Okay. And which pharmacy is this and what location?
It's the Walgreens pharmacy in Paragould, Arkansas.
Okay.
Dr. Newsom, they also had, during the day, they had a total of 8 technicians. At the time this prescription was filled, it came in about 10:55. So by 11 o'clock, they had 7 technicians on staff. I don't know what they were all doing. We didn't go back and review the video, but they did have 7 technicians. According to the complaint, they filled 556 prescriptions that day, 10 non-flu, non-COVID vaccines, 9 COVID tests, 12 COVID tests, I'm sorry. We did ask for metrics for that pharmacy, and if you'll go down to, in your packet, the very last page, it gives you some metrics that they are, what they're asking to be done and that type of thing.
Brenda, it says on those reports, it says that's how many were sold.
So that's correct, not
so, I mean, he could have filled 900 and sold 500. I don't know that really gives us an accurate record.
If you look at the metrics on the last page, they averaged 651 prescriptions per day of RXs. This is again sold, and an average of 4,560, I believe, for the week sold. It does not say how many they actually filled.
So it's a busy pharmacy.
It's a very busy pharmacy. They did have 2 pharmacists most of the time, lots of technicians. They do have a lot of matrix here that according to this, it looks like they have patient promise time. They have patient care portal. There's a question about who can actually call, who can actually access the patient care portal and talk to patients about whether they need refills, what medications they have. And I don't know who was doing that in the store that day. But it does go, it shows flu immunizations, COVID tests, patient care portal, what kind of delay pickup they have, if it's greater than 14-day lag or their return to stock, what % they got the patient prescriptions out as promised, the average time to answer the telephone, how many prescription savings club memberships they sold. There's a lot of different metrics on this sheet that I think kind of go to what goes on in the pharmacy.
Okay, Dr. Lord, I interrupted you. You want to go ahead and continue?
But yeah, at that time, it was a lot going on that day, and very stressful day that day, and like I said, and that prescription unfortunately got past me.
Yeah, and I can understand that with that many people working, that if you just get called away from your computer for a second, someone may go in and type without, signing in and signing another person off. So, Ms. Horner, I see exactly, what you're talking about. That's very often happens in situations like these.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Dr. Krause?
Yes, just wondering what steps have been put in place to prevent something like this from happening again.
So what I've been doing, I've been doubling, triple checking prescriptions. Oftentimes I'm converting doses. For that particular prescriber, we usually have to convert the doses to milliliters because she typically writes in milligrams. So we usually have to convert out her prescription to mils. That so happened on that one, she put mils on that one. If it's definitely something that we feel is not right, we're making those phone calls just to verify those doses, make sure that it's correct. Me personally, when I feel like I'm absolutely doing way too much, I just stop myself and slow myself down.
And did you all discuss this with your team?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Richmond, I'm sorry, I just saw your hand.
That's all right. Just Dr. Krause said, and Terry, what you had said is your response that you double and triple check. Oftentimes, once we've seen an error occur or we've seen a prescription when we go back and look at it the second time or even a third time, what we tend to see is the same thing we saw the first time, and that is that we confirm in our mind that the answer we came up with the first time is correct. This is not a high alert drug, but it's certainly a high risk population, being a pediatric patient. If you were to change this from famotidine to morphine concentrate, that would be a very different type of error, because you end up with 8 to 10-fold increase in the dose. So it's fortunate, but for the pediatric population, I don't know if you were here to hear the comments on the prior case, but you want to build in some redundancies and build in ways, and if nothing else, get another set of eyes on every pediatric liquid dosing to let another pharmacist look at it, to be clear that the prescription is correct, and check the whole prescription. So I say that not to be, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't need to be critical of you. I'm just offering that as an education that, for high alert drugs and high risk populations, to double check the prescription by another set of eyes is often fruitful.
Dr. Mack?
I have two things. So Brenda, did we consider bringing Kroger's in? Because this sounds like quite.
The Walgreens issue.
Walgreens, I'm sorry. Did we consider bringing Walgreens in because all the metrics and all the amount of people working there, and it seems like it was an extremely busy situation he's under.
I'll defer to Luke on that. He and I discussed it. I don't know that we did, but I'm sure we could.
That was one question. The other one, for the technician, what you have to leave understanding is if you walk away from the computer and someone else uses it, that's on you, because whatever the computer says is who did it. And you can't come back and say, well, I wouldn't have done it that way, because the pharmacist missed it too. So I don't know why you can say you wouldn't have missed it and the pharmacist missed it. So I think that's really important for you to understand. Protect your computer, because whatever comes out with your initials, that's what you did.
Yes, ma'am. I take full responsibility for that. Working with myself and others to sign off their computer, or even myself, even more so, to sign off my computer whenever I walk away from it.
Does anyone else? Dr. Richmond?
Terry, I just wanted to ask, the DUR that came up says high dose too much, or dose too high. Are you just so busy that you kind of blew through that, or how did that not catch your attention?
Yes, sir. Because we have a lot of DURs throughout the day. With that one specific one, I would say, yes, sir, we probably was too busy to where I blew through that, which should have never happened. I said, and I'll take full responsibility for that. But it's trying to meet those times, as far as like those wait times where you have your patient in the stores, your patient through the drive-throughs, we setting wait times, trying to meet those goals. And yes, sir, I blew through it.
Dr. Mack?
So I do appreciate the honesty there. I guess I'd have one question, and you may just have to reflect on this as you work on a daily basis, but goals are goals, and I understand they write your paycheck, but are you placing much more importance on accuracy and counseling and taking care of the patient over the goals that you are also required to do? Because I understand they're putting a lot on you, no doubt, and all this COVID and everything else that's added to it has just made things a lot harder. But I'd say try to focus heavily on accuracy and counseling and taking care of the patient, And of course, trying to hit the goals as you can, but letting the goals become more important, wait time, et cetera. Letting those goals become more important to where you rush, just put yourself in a bad position.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else? So what is the will of the board on this case? Dr. Kraus?
I feel that since the pharmacist is ultimately responsible, and I do have empathy for his position, that we should probably do what we've done on the others. It's 3 hours of CE on med errors and investigative costs, $250, non-disciplinary.
Okay, Dr. Richmond? Okay. Which one were for, Richmond or Mac? I heard Mac and I saw Richmond's hand up.
I'll defer to Dr. Mack first.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion?
And just to be, this is on the pharmacist only, correct?
Dr. Kraus, could we add maybe for the technician, we do need to add some accuracy CE, not a fine, not a investigative cost, but
I'm open.
I totally agree. It's the pharmacist's responsibility, but I think in this case, for the ownership piece, that she may need CE.
So I'll put 3 hours on each for medication areas, and on him a $250 non-disciplinary investigative cost. Will that work for everybody?
Okay, everybody, Dr. Richmond?
It just seems that based on the metrics that there's a contribution here by the pharmacy, but yet these folks are appearing here by themselves without their employer. I mean, is there?
That really worries me too. Dr. Richmond.
I mean, it would seem to me, of course, I don't know if we can hold them as an entity responsible in the absence of them being here to represent the business, but I feel like the pharmacy bears some responsibility here too.
We cannot do anything on them today, but we will be glad to bring them in if that's what the board wants.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd be happy to resolve this with the two folks that are here, but bring the pharmacy back in as being responsible.
Okay, so let's make yours a separate motion, Dr. Richmond. Let's go ahead and vote on the first motion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes. Now, Dr. Richmond has another motion to make, please.
Well, I'd make the motion that we bring the Walgreens pharmacy, or whoever their representatives are, in to speak to the conditions that contributed to this error.
Do I get a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, Dr. Mack seconds that motion. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes. Okay, Counselor, you want to?
Okay, Dr. Lloyd and Ms. Warner, what for Dr. Lloyd, you have 3 hours of CE on medication errors and a $250 non-disciplinary investigative cost. Those 3 hours are on top of what is already required for your license renewal period. So, and that investigative cost is just that. It's not a fine. It's not a disciplinary action. This will not be reported anywhere, nothing like that. So, Ms. Horner, you need to complete 3 hours of medication errors. Are you still there working with Dr. Lloyd? Are you still at that same pharmacy?
He's actually at another pharmacy within Walgreens, but he's at Caraway in Jonesboro now.
Okay, but you're still at a Walgreens pharmacy. Okay. There'll be somebody there. I mean, just ask one of those pharmacists. They can show you how you can just get 3 hours. I mean, they're all familiar with having to get hours, so they should be able to help you out with that. We'll give you all 60 days to do this. And if something comes up and, something happens medically or whatever, and you need more time, you can just reach out to the board. But I will put all this in a letter. I'll send a letter to each one of you. And in that letter, it will state just kind of the decision they made today. It will also state you have the right to appeal this decision. So this is informal. So if you want to come to a full board hearing and appeal this decision, you have that right, and that will all be stated in that letter. But do either one of you have any questions about that? I see Dr. Krause with his hand
Dr.
up.
Kraus.
Yeah, just wondering, you said he had 60 days to comply, but we've got to have our CE in by the end of this year. Give me some idea.
That'll be for his 30. I mean, this is in addition to that. So yeah, I mean, he'll have to have his 30 in for his license renewal, but then he'll have to have 3 more. So we usually just try to give them 60 days so they're not time crunched, especially right now, if he needs to get some more for his license renewal.
No, that's great. I just want to make sure he understood that.
Dr. Lloyd, Miss Horner, y'all have any questions about anything today?
No, sir.
No,
Okay.
sir.
If you think of one later, feel free to give us a call. But like I said, you'll get those letters in the mail and it'll lay out everything for you. And if you look at them and have any questions, just feel free to call us.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Have a blessing.
Good luck.
We have one more thing set this morning. Erica, Miss G, you on there? And Shelly, there's Shelly. Okay. We have, this is Walmart, and I don't know, I don't know if I even have anything in the packet on them. I probably don't. This was back last year. If y'all remember, there was an issue with the print at a point of sale about some paperwork being printed after the prescriptions and documentations were being looked at pharmacists. So they were here again in August of 2021, just a couple of months ago. And they stated, Ms. G and Dr. Tustinson appeared and stated that, on new prescriptions, the CMI paperwork would be handed to the patient directly by the pharmacist and will be discussed as part of the counseling process. On refill, CMI paperwork will not be provided to the patient unless it is requested. And if it is requested, it will be provided by the pharmacist. And prescription receipts would no longer include the medication directions. I received, today is the 8th, I received a letter from Dr. Tustinson, which is dated November the 4th, where it shows that with what they talked about at the board that day, they have complied with that. And she stated that the following policies have been communicated to our pharmacies in Arkansas. 1, for all new prescriptions, the pharmacist will verify any printed paperwork during counseling. If a refilled or renewed prescription has a med guide or drug information that prints a pickup, the pharmacist will verify all paperwork prior to providing to the patient. 3, if a patient requests printed drug information, it will be verified by the pharmacist. And 4, as of November the 2nd of this year, the medication directions were removed from the receipt. It also says that pharmacy staff is currently undergoing a training on these procedures, and all training will be completed by today, November the 8th of 2021. So with this letter, this shows compliance, and I'll Ms. G and Dr. Tustinson, if y'all have anything to add to that, but or if the board has any questions for them about any of this. And I apologize for not having a copy of the letter. I just got back in town late last night and forgot to download it and send it to the members. But it's a compliance letter as of, it goes into effect, literally as of today. And the board gave them as of this informal to have this done. So like I said, Dr. Tustinson, Ms. G, didn't mean to interrupt you if y'all have anything else to add.
No, I don't think we have anything else to add, but if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Dr. Kraus?
Thank you.
Thanks here. This
And
has
I'll
been
just-
kind of a little journey for you all.
Yeah, like I said, and I'll just, and there was no, when the board met last with them on August the 10th, there was just no other issues. They said it will be implemented about a day. It has been. So I don't know that staff, Dr. Kirtley, Dr. McCready, I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn, but I don't think staff has any issue with anything in this letter. This pretty much states what they agreed to and what the board agreed to. So I would just ask that I would just have this letter filed in Walmart's file to show that this is what's going on in Arkansas now, and don't see any reason for any other action on it at this time.
Sounds good. Thanks very much.
Thanks, and good seeing you all.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
That's all I have this morning on the agenda, unless Dr. McCready or Dr. Kirtley has anything else for this morning.
Nope.
And we've got this afternoon, we've got, start back at 1 o'clock. So maybe just be on just a few minutes till we got some inspections, a prescription error and inspections, a couple of inspections issues. Tomorrow's a pretty packed day. We do start at 9 tomorrow. I do have a lot of technicians and a couple of maybe 1 or 2 prescription errors and inspections. So if there's nothing else, Dr. Newsom, if you don't have anything else, see everybody back maybe about 5 minutes to 1.
That'll be good.
Yeah, I know Dr. Jolly's got a 1 o'clock. I think he's going to get on for another board meeting that he and I are on. So I may be back and forth in between 2 screens if they need me for him as well.
Yeah, and just for the record, we'll still have, I mean, this is informal, so we really don't have to have a set number, but we'll still have 4, even if Dr. Jolly has to step out.
Okay, we'll see you back at 12:55 then. Thank
Thanks,
you all.
everybody.
would say we should all share a picture of our lunch, but Lynn told me what he was having.
Okay, Lynn, what did you have?
I had pork chops.
Hey,
Pork chops, yams, pinto beans, and greens.
wow, you had a meal.
I know I'm hanging in there right now, trying to decide if I should get coffee now or wait an hour.
No, you need it now. You're gonna be out.
Oh, it feels good.
I had old-fashioned peanut butter and banana. That's what I could fix quickly as I walked out the door today.
What are you, a health nut?
No, it sustains my energy. I found that out when I was doing all my gardening this summer.
Yeah.
But if I ate half of a peanut butter and banana sandwich, I was good. I didn't need any Gatorade or nothing like that. I'm just good for today. So when I need to be somewhere and be still for a while, I'll do that.
I know we used to, when people would, talk about having sleep problems, if they could go to sleep but would wake up in the night, didn't know why and couldn't go back to sleep, we'd tell them to make them some toast with peanut butter on it.
It'll work.
And see if the sugar's dipping in the middle of the night, wake them up. If that works, then, we'll ask them to start testing their sugar, just see where they're at.
Yeah.
But I love peanut butter. We eat peanut butter here by the jars.
Yeah.
You may ever make cookies out of it?
You know what? I haven't done that since the kids were little. And the youngest one is 30 now. So time has flown by.
Those are my favorite.
Are you saying if you eat peanut butter in the middle of the night, you'll sleep better?
No, I'm saying before you go to bed.
Oh, okay.
Before you go to bed, it's slow release sugar.
People that are having, middle of the night dips in their blood glucose and then wake up uncomfortable.
Yeah, they don't always know it. They don't know why. They'll say, well, I'm going to sleep, but I'm waking up in the middle of the night. Well, make you some toast with some peanut butter on it and see if that helps. And if it helps, then, they're probably dipping in the middle of the night,
Hi, Cindy.
Hey, Cindy.
Hi, how are y'all guys?
Doing great.
Good deal.
Had to loosen my belt.
Lynn, don't tell us about it. But really tomorrow, the reason I'm saving up today, tomorrow is fried chicken day at Townhouse. So if we have enough time, I'm gonna run over there and get me a plate. So I'm lucky you today. So you'd be worried about me falling out the chair tomorrow.
Well, I just got lucky today. That's all.
Yeah.
What was your lunch?
Pork chops.
And
greens.
And
yeah. Yams and pinto beans. And I had cake, but I didn't eat the cake. The cake's still sitting in there.
Okay, that's for 2 o'clock. If y'all see him munching at
No,
2
that's for
o'clock,
somebody else. I don't eat it.
Well, it sounds like you got enough lunch. We'll have to hope we can keep you awake.
I know it. I'm sitting here thinking that was should have probably saved that extra pork chop for supper, but I couldn't. I had a shake this morning, and when I do that, come about 11 o'clock, I got my big gut starting to gnaw on the little one. So I get hungry early. Then I want to eat everything. It's like, walking into the grocery store hungry. I tell you what, I miss being in Little Rock getting that hamburger steak at Doe's. Man, that thing is the bomb.
Oh, Doe's have hamburger steak?
Oh, at lunch, oh my Lord.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
It's the best one in Little Rock, I think. It's the best one I've had in a long time. I love food. I like food like John likes working out.
Well, I like working out because I like food.
I see, right, Lindsay Jennings on there. Erica, are you there?
Can you
I'm
hear me?
here. I'm just eating an apple, so I have a video muted.
Okay.
There's the health nut.
I can hear you, Erica. Can't see you.
It says the host has stopped my video and it won't let me start it.
There you go.
That was me.
Take a hint.
That was mean of John.
Okay,
There you are.
You have Dr. Patterson there with you?
I do.
I'm gonna call this, Erica, Orange Day.
It's Orange Day, that's right.
Orange Day, yes.
I was enjoying hearing about your lunch, Lynn. It was making me kind of sad.
Best thing about me today.
Well, are we up first, Luke?
Yes.
Okay.
We got one more. Where's Dr. Mack? We got one more and then we'll be ready.
I think she's on. I think she's
Oh,
just.
I'm here. I was just doing the same thing Dr. Richmond was. I don't want everybody to see me chewing.
Okay, let's see. Counselor.
Yes,
John,
ma'am.
you want to give the introductions and then we'll go
Our counselor.
Oh, you're a counselor. All right.
Okay, no, never mind. Yeah, both of you. Actually, you're side by side.
Yeah.
John, you want to give your introductions and then we'll go.
Absolutely. So guys, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. On your screen, you will see myself, Dr. McCready, Mr. Daniel, and I think Dr. Fain may also pop up on the staff side. And then pretty much everyone else you're looking at are board members, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who is the chair of this informal. Dr. Jolly may or may not make it on. He and I are actually both have another meeting that is, we're just waiting on the Zoom to start on it. Counselor G, if you want to tell us who you've got.
We've got Dr. Tiffany Patterson here. Hi.
So Dr. Patterson, Ms. G, I'm sure that Ms. G has already explained to you how this process works. We call this a board informal conference or informal committee meeting because it is fairly informal where we have a conversation back and forth. Generally, at the end of these meetings, the board members will have some suggestion for what action they think would be appropriate to take. The important part for you is that you can either agree or disagree with whatever their suggestion is. If you agree with it, we go from there and do exactly what the board members have asked for us to do or suggested it. If you do not agree with it, it gives you the chance to request a hearing before the board, the full board at a later time, which would be all 8 board members, hearing officer, court reporter. We swear everybody in as witnesses, and it's a more official feeling procedure than this. Do you guys have any questions about how this works?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, and if any point, if you do have a question or if you need to have a sidebar with your legal counsel, by all means, just let us know that you need a timeout or that you've got a question, and we'll be happy to oblige.
Okay.
With that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Daniel.
This started as a consumer complaint that Dr. McCready received, so I'll turn it over to her. And if you'll just go through the complaint and just what the investigation do. You're muted, Dr. McCready.
I guess that helps, doesn't it? We received a complaint from a patient regarding a medication that she picked up at the Walgreens in Maumelle. She didn't open her medications until Sunday. When she opened them, she realized that she had the paperwork that had the correct dosage information and medication on it, but she had the wrong medication. She had Trulicity 0.75 instead of the Trulicity 3 milligrams that was called in by the doctor. The error actually occurred, we had the wrong strength but the right paperwork, and it's kind of complicated. So I'm going to go, if I lose you, stop me, raise your hand so I can back up and make sure you follow the transition of the prescription. On 4/21/21, the pharmacy received a prescription for Trulicity 0.75. It was filled, reviewed, and put in the refrigerator for the patient to pick up. On 421, they actually did refill the same, they filled the same prescription again, but deleted it when they realized it was a duplicate. On 421, the same day as the 0.75, a prescription for Trulicity 1.5 was entered into the system. It was not filled until 422, and at that time it was put in the refrigerator. On 422, a new prescription for Trulicity 3.0 was sent in, and it said on there to replace the 1.5 dose. It was sent in, it was filled by Tiffany Patterson. There was a DUR override done on the day that Ms. Patterson Dr. Patterson filled the prescription. There was a DUR that said duplicate therapy, and it showed that the Trulicity 3 milligram 0.5 and Trulicity 0.75 were members of the same class and both filled and ready to be picked up. When we asked for documents from the pharmacy, one of the documents that they sent in, which is in your package, is it's under tab number 5, and it's a summary, and it basically talks about how the original prescription came in and it was deleted out, and it's the pharmacist's responsibility that took the new prescription to make sure the other one has been deleted. So the 0.75 came into the pharmacy, it was filled. Another prescription came into the system, was input for the 1.5. It was not actually filled until the next day, which is the 22nd, which day is the day Dr. Patterson was there. So when the 0.75 was called in, the pharmacist filled it. A 1.5 came in that said, this is to replace the 0.75. It went into the system, but wasn't actually processed and viewed for the final verification until 422, which is the day that Dr. Patterson was there. So when the 1.5 was filled by Walgreens policy, the 0.75 should have been pulled out of the refrigerator. It was not. So then subsequently, a 3 milligram came in from the doctor that said this is to replace the 1.5. So when the 1.5 was ready and she filled the 3, my understanding is the 1.5 was actually taken out of the refrigerator per policy and procedures. So the 1.5 was gone, but they had still left the 0.75 in the refrigerator. So when the day comes and goes, several days later, the patient comes into the pharmacy, says she's got prescriptions. She had 4 prescriptions to pick up. 3 of them scanned correctly. The 4th one, the technician said didn't scan correctly because it showed the Trulicity was at that time closed out, the 0.75. So she went to the system, reprinted the leaflet, put it all together without the pharmacist's verification, which was not Dr. Patterson at that time, it was another pharmacist. So that pharmacist actually really had nothing to do with the filling procedure because the technician didn't take it to her to look at, which is a problem with the technician, but it's also a problem with maybe policy and procedures that a technician can print a document like that and not have verification from the pharmacist.
Just
So,
afraid, let me interrupt you. I'm sorry. I just want to clear up a couple of things.
Okay.
The prescription that was pulled that day was the 0.75, correct?
No.
No, I mean the prescription that was pulled and given to the patient.
Yes, yes. The 0.75 and the 3 were both in the refrigerator, is my understanding. And the 0.75 was pulled and sold to the patient, but only after the technician printed out the 3 milligram paperwork. Everybody follow so far? So,
wait, yeah.
Okay.
So I was following you till just that last thing. So the 0.75 and the 3 were in there. I followed all the way to there. They pull out the 0.75. It says it's gone or whatever. So she's able to go, she goes in there and just finds the 3 milligram and prints their paperwork.
She goes in and prints the paperwork for the 3 milligram and puts it with the 0.75 that should have been taken out of the refrigerator when the other 2 prescriptions were filled.
Okay.
So she takes it out of the refrigerator, puts it together, doesn't let the pharmacist that's there see it. So the pharmacist is completely unaware that this has taken place, is my understanding. So The board looked at the complaint and made the decision to bring Dr. Patterson in, even though she wasn't working the day it was actually sold, because she overrode the DUR that had the 0.75 on there, which should have been a red flag to her that, hey, this was just filled yesterday, where is it? So by their policy and procedures, when the 0.75 was filled, and then the 1.5 came in, it was filled the next day, visual verified. So the 0.75 should have come out. When the 3 milligram came in, she took the 1.5 out, is my understanding, but this 0.75 was still in the refrigerator. So it was kind of a multitude of errors that sort of let this woman get the wrong medication. As I said, Dr. Patterson was not there. I'm sorry, Lynn.
Yeah, so thank you. Were the original prescriptions DC'd or canceled by the physician?
They were, the new prescriptions each said to replace the previous dose. So when the 1.5 came in, it had a notation, DC to replace the 0.75 dose. When the 3 milligram came in, it said to replace the 1.5, if I'm remembering correctly, and the prescriptions are in your packet. Let me look. There's the 0.75, and then the next one is the 1.5, and it says to replace 0.75, and then you go to 3, and it says to replace 1.5. So yes, there was notations on the prescriptions that they were to replace the previous one that had been called in. And pursuant to the table 5 summary, it says that the 0.7 was pulled at a later date on review. So it was not pulled until post when all this, at some point. So that's sort of the synopsis of how this all happened. Sort of like a who's on first, I guess, but it. And I will tell you, I did go in and see Dr. Patterson on Friday because I wanted to ensure that we were correct in that she was not there the day it was actually picked up, and she was not. The board, I mean, we can see that, but our feeling is that she did the DUR overrides, which showed the prescriptions were there. She was the pharmacist that pulled the 1.5, filled the 3, and the 1.5 was actually filled. The product actually filled on the day she was there. Not input, but actually physically filled.
And she filled the 3.0 also, correct?
That's correct. That's my understanding of the events. Now, she may have an explanation that's different than that, but that's my understanding of the events.
Can I try to say that back to you?
You sure?
All right, so they had a prescription for the 0.75.
Correct.
Then a 1.5 came in and they canceled the 0.75? No.
It was not canceled at that time, but should have been.
So the 0.75, the original 0.75 that was filled stayed labeled in the refrigerator.
Yes.
Then the second one that came in was just kind of put on hold.
No, the 1.5, to my understanding, was filled. And then the third prescription came in. I believe that. I'm not positive about the 1.5, but I believe that's true because the paperwork says it was returned to stock. So
I don't know how you could run it on insurance unless the other one was.
Well, because the DUR said, if you look in the paperwork in here, it shows a DUR and it shows a duplicate. It shows duplicate therapy, but that was overridden by the pharmacist.
Yeah, but I'm saying if insurance was going to cover it, you couldn't have a Trulicity that was filled the day before, I wouldn't think. Right?
I'm just going by, if you look at the DUR, the audit, the Board of Pharmacy Inspection Report, it shows the prescription for the 3 milligrams, the fill history that it was scanned, reviewed, filled, reviewed, and then it was sold on the 24th. If you look at the DUR information with it, it says duplicate therapy, significance, no abuse or dependency potential, duplication allowance 0, Trulicity 3 milligrams, and Trulicity 0.75s are members of the same class and represent duplicate therapy. So it told her on that DUR that 0.75 was still out there. The 1.5 had already been returned. Yes.
Okay. Dr.
All right,
Krause,
so-
do you have more questions?
Yeah. So
Then Dr. Mack.
the 0.75 was still in the refrigerator. The 1.5 was or was not reversed.
It's my understanding that when the 1.5 came in, the 0.75 was not returned to stock. When the 1.5 came in and it was filled, then the 3 milligram came in and the 1.5 was returned to stock per policy and procedures.
And then the 0.75 went out in place of the 3.
That's correct.
Okay.
And was there, we don't know. Okay, never mind. Thank you very much.
Dr. Mack.
Okay, my question is when the third one was filled and the patient came to get them, on the 0.75, since it didn't scan, does that mean possibly they went ahead and DC'd that prescription, they just didn't pull it out of the fridge?
Yes, at a point it was DC'd, and according to the tab 5 summary, it says that it was pulled at some time at a data review because they realized it was a duplicate, but it wasn't pulled at the time that all this filling process went through, is how I read that.
But since it didn't scan, is that maybe
should have
they
been-
DC'd it in the computer, but they didn't go take it out of the fridge? I mean,
Correct.
And also is it true that the 3.0 prescription was still alive? You were able to get the leaflet and it was still alive, but not was it in the refrigerator or just the wrong strength?
it was in the fridge too.
I believe it was in the fridge.
Okay, the wrong drug got pulled with the wrong label. Okay, does any of the board members have any questions before I go to Ms. Patterson and ask for her explanation? Okay, Ms. Patterson or Dr. Patterson, will you tell us what happened in your opinion, please, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. So on 4/21, that was when the initial 75 or the 0.75 came in. Whenever the pharmacy received the 1.5 milligram dose, that 75 was closed off of the profile. The pharmacist that was present on April 21st did close that. I was able to retrieve that from the patient's profile. The pharmacist that was on duty on 4/21 closed the 75. It says closed by prescriber on 4/21, and it gave the pharmacist initials that was on duty on 4/21. So the 75 was closed out that day, but was just not pulled from the refrigerator. So when I was there on 4/22, the DUR override, I did see that the 75 and the 1.5 had been sent the previous day. However, anytime I have that DUR alert, I typically will exit out of the prescription. I'll go into the work queue that has all of our pending prescriptions or ready prescriptions or delayed prescriptions. I looked in there to verify that the 75 was not filled. So at that time, it was already closed out of the computer and stored and closed out on the profile. So that's why I overrode that DUR, because it was no longer ready and had been closed out the previous day. I closed out the 1.5 myself from the profile on 4/22. And that's why I felt comfortable releasing the 3 milligram prescription and putting it in the refrigerator, because our work queue did not show a 0.75 or a 1.5 ready in the electronic system.
What does closed out mean in your system?
So the pharmacist can take any prescription, and when we close it out, it can mean several different things. And that's why we try to document. So situation, when we closed it out, we actually put in closed by prescriber, because the electronic prescription in the prescriber comments requested us to do so. So the other options, when we close out a prescription as a pharmacist, We close it out if we're transferring it. We're closing it out if the patient requests that it no longer be active on their file. If they tell us they're no longer taking it, we can electronically close it that way. But the description on there with which we do that is a little bit different. So on both of these, it said closed by prescriber, but had the pharmacist initials next to it to know who closed it.
But it was a different pharmacist that closed out the 0.75.
Because that was done the day before. So when I reviewed the DUR, that 70 or 0.75 had already been closed.
So Dr. Patterson, if I can interrupt you for just a second,
Sure.
I think it might be helpful to the board if you could just describe what you did.
Okay.
What parts you had something to do with.
Sure.
With this prescription.
So on 4/22, the 3 milligram prescription came over to the pharmacy, and I overrode the DUR codes for the 0.75 and the 1.5. I closed out the 1.5, and then I got the 3 milligram prescription ready and put in the refrigerator. And that was all that I was present for.
Okay, let me
Dr.
ask. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see Dr. Richmond had his hand up.
Dr.
Go ahead.
Richardson. Okay,
So
go ahead.
just to be clear, so before you did any override, a pharmacist the day before had closed out the 0.75. So it was closed out in the computer, but they did not complete the process of going to the bin or to the refrigerator and pulling product. So that's why it was still in there available.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Daniel?
According to her statement that she wrote to the board, it says that the pharmacy manager gathered, this is from Tiffany, that the pharmacy manager gathered details from the patient's profile, staff members, and security camera footage. It was determined that the patient had 2 prescriptions ready for Trulicity, a lower strength and a 3 milligram strength that I had verified. The lower dose of Trulicity had been electronically closed out of the profile by the prescriber, but the product had not been pulled from the ready bins. So in her statement, it doesn't say that it was closed out by the other pharmacist. It says it was closed out by the prescriber, which the prescriber can send a notification that it's been closed out. And so that's what the statement says.
Okay, next person was Mr. Daniel.
Can she respond to that real quick before we
Sure.
move to the next question?
Yeah. So Dr. McCready, in response to that, I had gone back when I was preparing for this meeting to be able to distinguish the differences on a prescription that's been closed in our system. The difference is when a pharmacist closes it and puts in the reason being closed by prescriber versus when the prescriber electronically closes it. It's a slight difference in wording in our system, and I was able to kind of pull that up. So the 0.75 prescription, it says closed by prescriber on 4/21 by, and it has the pharmacist initials next to it. So that indicates to me that the pharmacist closed that, but when a prescriber electronically closes it, the wording changes and it says closed by prescriber on 4/21 by, and it lists the prescriber's name. So in this system, because it said by and had the pharmacist on duty's initials from 4/21, that indicated to me that the pharmacist manually closed it, and the reason was because the prescriber requested for it to be closed. So it's a slight difference in wording there.
Thank you. Mr. Daniel?
Thank you. What did you, so, and maybe I missed it, and if I did, I'm sorry. What did you do on the 1.5 prescription?
So the 1.5 prescription, when I reviewed the DUR, for the 3 milligram, I went to the refrigerator and pulled out the 1.5 milligram and closed it electronically. So that closed that prescription out per the provider's request. And then I did not know that there would be a 75 in the refrigerator because my computer, the work queue did not say that it was ready because it had been closed the day before electronically.
Okay, so you didn't fill the 175? I'm
not
sorry, 1.5.
No, you didn't. You weren't there.
No, I'm not 100% sure because
He's asking you about the 7.5.
the 7.5.
No, I'm sorry. I'm asking
No,
about the
the
1.5. I
1.5.
said 1.75. I meant 1.5. I'm sorry.
The
So
1.5, I am not if I filled that or not.
Okay.
But
you were there. You were
closed it.
there the day it was filled.
So if it was in ready status and it was filled on that date, then I would have filled it. But I know that I closed it
Okay.
because I do have a paper trail of that piece.
Thank you.
So
Okay, Dr. Mack.
okay, so that got me a little confused in that I thoroughly get that this 0.75 was filled. And that same day, I believe, the 1.5 was called in, but not filled to the next day. But when the 1.5 was filled, and they should have pulled out the 7.75, I thought you weren't present at the 1.5.
When the 1.5 was sent over, no, I'm not 100% sure if the 1.5 was filled on my day.
But I mean, it ought to have your initials, right? Somebody's initials.
The records say the 7.5 was sent in and deleted on the 21st. So
Okay.
she came in on the 22nd and she looked at the 7.5. It had been deleted, closed out the day before.
Okay. Gotcha.
So she did close out the 1.5, but that's not the one the patient got. The patient got the 0.75.
Right. Okay. I understand now.
So the 0.75 had been deleted, just not filled on that first day.
Yeah, yes, it had been electronically closed from the computer, but then did not get manually pulled from the refrigerator and reshelved.
Okay, Dr. Richmond.
As I hear the steps here that happened, I mean, you came in at the end, you canceled the one that you had, that was in there before and pulled that drug from the fridge. Now, I mean, you would think that maybe you would see it, but there's no reason necessarily for you to go looking for a 0.75. So even though you're the person of record who dispensed this particular, it sounds like we're talking to the wrong person. I mean, it sounds like we should be talking to the person who filled the 1.5, canceled the 0.75, but failed to pull it from stock, because there's no reason, it would seem for me, to expect you to go looking for the 0.75 since it had already been canceled by somebody else.
Okay, Dr. McCready.
And I would just say that she was the pharmacist on the 22nd that did the the final verification of the 1.5. And on that prescription, it says replaces 0.75. So with that prescription telling her that it replaced the 0.75, should she not have verified that 0.75 was completely closed out before she finished the 1.5?
Can you, Dr. Patterson, can you explain then what the process would have been when you visual verified that? I mean, I know in some of the systems you get to a different screen and one is doing the DUR, and that's when you would expect if one is now obviating the need for another. But if you're simply verifying, is that simply comparing the label to the product? I mean, even though you get that comment. So some.
Yes, sir. So the DUR, when it was overridden, I always at that time go look in the work queue to see if any prescriptions are currently ready, pending. And so at that point, that's when I determine if any previous prescriptions were ready. And if it is ready at that time, that's when I go pull those and store them back to the profile and then electronically close them. So when the product came down to me for visual verification, I would have already taken care of that. So I would have only verified the product and the leaflet that they were correct and then put it in the refrigerator. So I would have assumed that if the prescription for the 7.5 that I looked at had already been closed, I would have assumed that it was already pulled from the refrigerator the date that it was closed. So I wouldn't have known to go look for it.
Okay, Dr. Mack.
What is a tech authorized, if you will, to do at your pharmacy as far as reprinting labels, et cetera?
So I have been at this pharmacy since June. And I'll say definitely since I have been there, one of the main things that we focus on anytime a technician updates billing on a prescription that's ready, anytime a leaflet is reprinted, they're bringing the product and the new leaflet over for the pharmacist to verify before that gets sold. We're very big on doing that because of this mistake that happened. That's just not something that is going to happen with us now. We will always verify that leaflet and the package.
But you feel very certain this tech just reprinted a label, and she pulls a 7.5 out of the refrigerator and goes and prints a label that happened to be 3. So she didn't even put the label on the box. She just got the.
Yeah.
I'm expecting that the package still said 0.75, but the paperwork on the outside said 3. Is that
when
accurate?
she obtained the product from the refrigerator, it would have had a labeled Trulicity box. So there would have been a 0.75 label on the box, and then the outer portion, the leaflet, would have also had a 0.75. But what she reprinted would have been the only Trulicity prescription that was ready at the time, which was the 3 milligrams. So that leaflet, just the leaflet, not the label on the box, but just the leaflet, was then reprinted, and the old leaflet was pulled off and the new leaflet was put on without the pharmacist on duty confirming that that was in fact the correct product inside.
So the patient could see her box said 0.75, but her paperwork said 3.
Yes.
Yes, but it wasn't until days later. She saw that the outer portion said 3, so she wouldn't question the inside portion.
Okay.
Yeah, but do y'all have a policy if when there's a leaflet change like that, the technician's supposed to bring that by the pharmacist? Did that not happen?
That did not happen that date, but that was the date that I was not there.
Okay. And there's no record of what technician did that, is there?
There is, and we have a statement.
Okay, all right. Dr. Krause.
Do we know if there's any patient harm here?
There was none.
Well, do we know that she didn't get to take her medication? So it's not just that you gave the wrong strength and then it caused something. The absence of the drug can cause an adverse event as well.
Yeah, in her statement, she stated she was not, she tried to take it or got it out to take on Sunday and was not able to take it until 4 p.m. on Monday.
Well, then she made some complaint of some effect, I thought.
So it sounded like she had it for several days before she even opened the package. And then I guess she tried to take it on a Sunday.
Do you know what strength she had been on previously? Because it looks like the doctor was up in the dose, or he or she just originally called in the wrong strength. Has she been on that on 3.0? Okay.
Yes, or she had been on the 0.75.
On the 0.75, but she got increased to the 3?
Yes. So it was increased to the 1.5, and then they sent over the 3 and asked us to close out the 1.5. So the patient was increased from 0.75 to 3.
Okay.
And it wouldn't be a surprise that she didn't take it until that Sunday, because it's only given weekly, right?
Yes, correct.
But it sounds like if we tried to do a root cause analysis of this, that there were multiple prescriptions for the same drug but different strength, updated different times. So you know, while there are lots of steps that are going on here, I mean, these are the kind of steps that a pharmacy has to manage in the end. You've got 2 pharmacists and at least one technician involved. It crossed 2 different days. So what was done one day by one person would not be immediately in the memory of somebody who came in and followed them. So you have to rely on the process. Then you've got a technician who's taking on some degree of autonomy by reprinting paperwork, but not properly matching it up. And it sounds like that we ought to be having a conversation with that technician and also the other pharmacist who canceled the 0.75 prescription to start with.
Right, I agree.
Plus the pharmacy needs to have clear procedures and they need to make sure that all their employees are following them. I guess the person we're talking to right now would seem to have least of the responsibility, but there are 2 other people who had significant input. Not that there's nothing that you couldn't have done, but it sounds like that the pharmacy system itself, I mean, you add up all these steps, there's about 15 different steps as best I can tell.
Okay, did you have anything else, Dr. Richmond?
No, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay, next person is Dr. Kraus, then Dr. McCready, then Dr. Mack.
Thank you. How long has this patient been on Trulicity, Dr. Patterson? Do you know?
Do you know? I do not know.
Was this 0.5 or the 0.75 dose? Was this the first time she had gotten it? The one that was, you know, the one that was turned back or whatever?
When I reviewed the patient's profile, she had been on the 0.75 for quite some time, but as far as how long, I couldn't answer that without referencing the profile again.
Okay, anything else, Dr. Kraus?
Not right now, thank you.
Okay, Dr. McCready?
Yeah, I wonder if Dr. Patterson can explain on, she has some paperwork in here, tab 7, which is the 0.75, and it shows the fill date, etc. And then it goes down tab 7, and then it skips to tab 8, and it says RX closed, and it shows 421, 421, 421, 422. On that RX tab, it shows there's no closed reason. I mean, there's question marks on that page, and then it shows DC dose on 422. Do you know what exactly does that mean?
So the DC dose 422, that would have been my annotation. I do like to, anytime I close a prescription per prescriber, if I have the specific reason, I closed out the 1.5, so that note was on the 1.5 prescription, and I put on there discontinued DC, discontinued on 422. So I discontinued the 1.5 when I saw the 3 milligram come in.
So even though this is the 1003739 on tab 7 and the very next page says RX closed, those aren't pertaining to the same prescription?
Hang on a minute. We're trying to catch up with you.
There's a lot of paperwork.
So what page of tab 7 are you talking about? I've got page 110.
Page 10.
Page 10.
Okay. And then page 11 or page 1 of the next says RX closed. So it says tab 8.
Okay.
And it's got under close reason, question mark, question mark, question mark, and then DC dose on 422. And I just wondered what that indicated.
So when I reviewed this information, let me find my notes because I had made a specific note on that one just so I could kind of understand the wording on this. Right here. So the first one, let's see. The first one on there, the 421 at 11:38, that was the patient's old prescription of the 0.75 that the provider had sent over back on March 26th. So that was an old one. The second one on there closed at 1737. That would have been the time when the 75 or the 0.75 was closed. The very bottom one, the one that has my initials on it, I closed the 1.5 milligram that morning. And that was my notation that I made. I discontinued, or the dose was discontinued on 4/22. So that means the prescriptions above that one, there wasn't a closed reason. They just put closed by prescriber, but I indicated a reason of why I closed the 1.5 was because it was discontinued on 4/22.
So the question mark means it was closed by the prescriber or it was closed by the pharmacist?
I honestly could not tell you what those question marks are there.
Okay, that's all I have.
Yeah, I can't really follow a lot of the records that were printed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
these are a little confusing.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. McCready, did you have any further questions?
I don't. Like I said, we fully agreed that she was not the pharmacist that was there the day it was sold. But based on the DUR override that had the 0.75 and the 3, and her statement, which sort of sounded like she was there, but it turns out she wasn't. We sort of looked through it and felt like because of the override and that type of thing that we would bring her in to talk about it. And we didn't bring the other pharmacists in primarily because she was unaware that the technician had actually done this till after the fact. So I don't know whether that's an issue with Walgreens and maybe that's something that they need to take up with their technicians or what. That I don't know.
Okay, Dr. Mack's hand was up first and then Dr. Kraus will get to you.
So I agree with Dr. Richmond. Going through all of these scenarios, it appears the other pharmacists initiated the issue, if you will, because they didn't pull it out of the fridge. And the technician didn't hear. So I would think we should be talking to that other pharmacist, the technician, and if it's Walgreens, I guess the Walgreens district manager, and that they should prove to us, if you will, they really have a policy that tells them to pull it out of the fridge, close it out, pull it out of the fridge, that kind of thing. Because while this was a technician's issue, I mean, the pharmacist is in charge.
Correct.
So I feel like there's some Walgreens pharmacists and a technician that have an opportunity here, but I do understand this pharmacist potentially doesn't, but that would have been very hard to figure out based on the paperwork if you were Dr. McCready trying to figure out who to bring in.
It was.
Yeah, it's a confusing situation. Dr. Mack, if I could just respond to your point about Walgreens policy, they do have an SOP about returning medications to stock after a prescription is deleted from the work queue. I have it here. I'd be happy to email it to whoever would like to see it. But there is a policy that would have directed after the ready prescription is deleted from the work queue and reversed from insurance, remove the medication from the prescription bag, discard the leaflet, empty the bag and medication guide, and prepare the medication to be returned to stock. There's a policy regarding that.
So there's a policy, it's just not being followed.
Wasn't followed.
Certainly not
that
followed
day
by somebody else in this case. Yes.
So it sounds like that maybe not a district manager, but at least the pharmacist in charge who's responsible for making the pharmacy compliant with state regulations as well as their own policies.
So, and just to try to make it clear, there were actually 3 different pharmacists involved here. There was one pharmacist who's the one who filled the 7.5 and deleted it. And then there was a different pharmacist who was there when the prescription was picked up.
Okay, Dr. Kraus.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just, trying to boil this down a little bit. The the lady had been on Trulicity, or man, I don't know, it had been on Trulicity. The therapy with what was dispensed, albeit the wrong size syringe, of the medication. So therapy could have been maintained, at least had she taken on Sunday, she'd have gotten a dose that she had been on, from what I'm understanding, for a little while. The 3, I know that the physician had called in to 1.5 and then gone up to the 3, but you know, and that should have been, I don't really know where to point, because like you said, there's 3 different pharmacists, and they're involved, probably innumerable techs, a comedy of steps that led to an error, and all I can think of is how glad that we've kind of put our foot down on printing patient leaflets and information remains a pharmacy tech duty and not a cashier. Did you say earlier, Dr. Patterson, that the wrong syringe was returned and destroyed, or the 3 went out? Did anything? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Lynn, so the patient brought back, she identified the box was incorrect pretty quickly because she knew she was going up on strength. And those boxes, you know, the box that was in her bag looked identical to the one that she had previously taken. So she knew that couldn't have been correct because the box would have looked different when she opened it up. So that's how she identified immediately that that was not right. So my understanding of what happened, she notified the pharmacy, I think Monday, and then she was able to bring the incorrect product back, and she was given the correct product, the 3 milligram. And then that 0.75 would have been put in our hazardous waste to send back.
I mean, it looks like it was a mistake, but it was corrected.
It was corrected, yes.
Dr. Mack, okay, and then Dr. Kraus, so I'll go Dr. Mack, and then I come right back to you.
It would be interesting to hear from the first pharmacist how they could explain to us that they deleted that but didn't pull it from the fridge. And it would be interesting to hear, even though the tech didn't walk over to the pharmacist that day, how does that kind of stuff happen without him or her at least noticing something kind of strange? So I mean, the other 2 pharmacists then, and or pharmacy manager, like Dr. Richmond said, would be who we probably would want to hear from to finalize this. But I feel like this pharmacist really didn't actually do any of this.
Did you want to make that in the form of a motion?
Well, I guess Dr. Kraus had something else, so.
Go ahead, Dr. Kraus.
I was going to move, we just take no action on this. I'm listening.
Okay.
Well, on her for sure, but then what do they need to bring the other 2 pharmacists so we can find out about the policies, et cetera?
Okay, let's resolve this with
okay,
and then with Dr. Patterson, and then we'll go on for you to make a motion on your request.
Well, I'll make a motion to not do anything with Dr. Patterson.
Dismiss charges?
Dismiss, yes.
Okay. And Dr. Richmond?
Do we want to start deciding who and who is not at fault before we fully heard the whole process? I would recommend that we table it, bring back Dr. Patterson, the other pharmacists, all pharmacists involved in the process, the technician and the PIC. And just cure the whole thing all at one time. And it's concerning because this is the second set of medication errors we've heard from this same chain in less than 4 hours.
Okay, Dr. Mack, do you want to rescind your motion or update?
I think that's a valid point. I feel like she thoroughly explained her part, so I'm not sure we'd want to bring her back. I do understand Dr. Richmond's point. It might be nice to hear the thing all together. I guess I just feel like she pretty well did a great job of explaining exactly where she was involved. So I don't know. I could maybe somebody, Dr. Krause.
Yeah, Dr. Krause.
Yeah, I mean, I'm you know, I don't know about anybody else, but I think that in this situation, I would, even if they were to come back, I would still have the tendency to absolve Dr. Patterson from this matter. But I also think that, you know, there's errors every day, there's mistakes every day, and you try to catch them and correct them. And this is one, in my opinion, that got corrected. I don't think that, you know, no harm was done. We got the wrong medicine back. We got the right medicine out. You know, we've done all that. So I don't necessarily think that, you know, I just think we're barking up a dead tree.
There is a statement there from the pharmacist in charge also in the packet that talks a little bit about when the prescriptions came in. It says that her statement is that the Trulicity 1.5 was prepared and also placed in the refrigerator. Last on 4/22, Dr. Hodges sent an additional prescription for Trulicity, increasing to a final dose of 3. Once again, the medication was correctly typed, verified, filled, and reviewed. The final product was placed in the refrigerator by the pharmacist on duty. At some point, either Dr. Hodges closed the previous prescriptions or an employee noticed that Ms. Lopez had 3 ready for Trulicity and deleted the 1.5 and the 0.5. So based on her statement, we really don't know for sure at what point it happened. If you want to looking at everybody and actually outlining exactly the steps, Walgreens system should be able to outline exactly what steps took place, if that's what you want us to do.
I think we have that information that is more detailed than what the PIC provided in that summary tab of when different things occurred.
That's your call.
Can you tell us what page you're talking about there?
Is it tab 5, Brenda? That's the summary.
The pharmacist statement is on the 5th. The PICS statement's on the 5th page.
I'm talking about the summary that was in the spreadsheet that has each prescription, when it was entered, when it was filled, when it was deleted.
Yeah, I was actually answering Dr. Mack's question. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
So I guess Dr. Krause is saying don't bring anyone in, but I mean, from Dr. Richmond and I, we've heard thoroughly about Dr. Patterson, but then the people that really caused this, we didn't hear anything from. So that's where we're saying, even though I think we're going to come out with the same thing with Dr. Patterson, we hadn't even talked to the 2 people. Now, they could try to say it's something different, but she has records proving her point. So I don't know. I'll leave it as I would dismiss it against Dr. Patterson, and then we can see if anybody wants to vote that way or not, and then we can continue.
Okay, let me just go ahead and call this motion. Did I get a second on that motion that we dismiss Dr. Patterson? Got a second? Okay, any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye, or raise your hands.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, 2. And Dr. Richmond?
No.
He says no. Okay, the motion wins. We have 2 votes against, 1 saying no. So what is our next step? What do you all want to do?
Would that be where Dr. Richmond's thought of bringing someone back in, or do you want to say that, Dr. Richmond?
The group. Dr.
Well,
Richmond, did you have a motion?
multifaceted problem. It's all occurring in the same store. There's a number of people involved, and I don't think you can start parsing out who's not responsible until you've heard from all involved. I made that comment earlier, and Dr. McCready pointed out what it was that was known to Dr. Patterson. That enough to me was the reason why that we should just wait and bring everybody back in, tell the story all at once, and consider the whole issue. And if still at that point you believe that Dr. Patterson had nothing to do with it, then you can still arrive at the same decision that you've already made. But you will have made that with the whole process before you. So at a minimum, I guess I would make the motion that we set this for a future informal, and that we hear from the other pharmacist involved, the technician, and also the pharmacist in charge regarding their compliance with the policies and procedures.
Okay, Dr. Mack and Dr. Kraus, what are your
I have
thoughts?
no problem with that, Madam President.
Yeah, I have no problem with it. It certainly makes sense. I just feel like she's been taken down it for an hour, and then I feel bad for her coming back, but I really have no problem with it.
So which one of you all gonna make a second to that motion? Or did you make that, Dr. Richmond, is that a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I need a second.
I'll make second.
Dr. Mack. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, Mr. Daniel, I said wait.
So the motion is to bring in the other pharmacist, the technician, and the pick. I mean, Dr. Patterson has been resolved. Her case has been resolved by the previous motion, correct?
Apparently.
Okay.
And Dr. Kraus?
Wonder if Dr. Richmond would consider maybe rephrasing that to leaving that up to, I guess, Walgreens or whoever at Walgreens to bring all pertinent personnel to resolve this workflow matter, or to resolve this matter, instead of us just limiting it. Just say, look, bring who you think can explain, why this happened and how it can be prevented, and maybe I'm missing his point. I'm just asking.
Yeah, well, we can bring in these 3 people and then also ask to somebody from corporate. And I see Miss G, maybe she can have a better idea who that needs to be, because she does represent Walgreens on some other matters.
I was going to say that the first pharmacist is no longer a Walgreens employee. So in response to Dr. Kraus's suggestion, the board would need to ask him to come. Walgreens would not be able to bring him.
So yeah, so I think just for that, we leave Dr. Richmond's motion the way it is, and we'll put on there, and I'll send a copy of this to their district rep, and be sure that he or somebody from Walgreens that can answer those questions will be present.
So just
Mr. Daniel, I don't think Dr. Richmond wants to leave Dr. Patterson out, even though we had already done the motion. So you might have to consider how that works.
Okay.
Okay.
May I ask a question real quick?
Go ahead.
What would you like Walgreens corporate to address? What the policies are? Is that correct, Dr. Richmond?
Well, it sounds like that the policy's in place, but the enforcement is where we're lacking.
Okay.
And that's often the case, is that you'll see some great policies be in place, but they're not actually operational.
Okay. Understood.
That's why I said the PIC. I mean, if you bring somebody from corporate, they're gonna produce a policy that sounds great. But I want to hear from the PSC, why is it not happening at the store level? And that's the person responsible for doing that.
Okay, any other discussion?
Well, I just want to make sure Mr. Daniel called the other pharmacist that no longer works for Walgreens because they're the one that actually started the whole thing.
I've got them on here. We're just, regardless of where they work, we should, we'll have a good address for them.
Okay. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye or raising your hand. Any nays? The motion passes.
Just for the record, Dr. Krause's hand was up.
Yes, I got them all three of them.
Erica, I'll just get all this in a letter and get it to you, and I guess, can you forward it to who it needs to go to?
Yes.
And for Walgreens people, I'll get that other pharmacist, but if you'll forward it to Walgreens people.
Yes. So you want the PSE and the technician and then the other guy who no longer works at Walgreens.
Yeah, and I'll take care of it. Yeah, we'll get notification to him if you'll get the Walgreens people, but I'll put it in a letter to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, is the PIC the same pharmacist that it went out while they were working that day?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Okay, do we all want to go on to the next case or do you want to take a 10-minute break?
What is the next case?
It is a pharmacy inspection case. It is Don's Pharmacy.
Maybe a few minute break could be good.
Yeah.
Okay, say 10 minutes. Okay, be back here at 2:15. That'll be good enough. You get 11 minutes.
Hey, Darren, I see you on there. We're running a little bit behind. We've still got one before you.
Okay, look like we have everybody back. Dr. Mack, are you there? Dr. Richmond? There you are. Okay, there's Dr. Mack. I think we have everybody back now. Go ahead, Mr. Daniel. And you're muted.
Now we have Don's Pharmacy, and we have Micah Tabor, who is the pharmacist in charge there. Also have Tony Rogers, I guess. So you're here for the pharmacy. Is that correct, Dr. Rogers?
Yes, sir. I'm one of the owners.
Okay. And this was an inspection that Dr. Fain initiated. So she did her inspection, and so I'm going to turn it over to her in just a minute, and she'll just kind of walk through her inspections and the violations and just any other pertinent information. I think she's got a PowerPoint that she wants to put up. So I will turn it over. Well, I guess, John, you want to do your introductions, I guess, and sorry I can't get you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Luke. Real quick, everyone, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. On your screen today, you will see several members of our staff, myself, Dr. Brenda McCready, Mr. Luke Daniel. Also, we've got Dr. Cindy Fain. I don't think Dr. Holland will be on for this one, but if he does, he'll be outlined by his name as well. Then you have members of our board. So you have, starting in my corner, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Lynn Krause, and Dr. Lenore Newsom. Dr. Newsom is the chair of this informal committee. In the procedures that we have today, what we'll do is staff will actually kind of introduce why we are here, and it'll give a chance for you guys to actually interact back and forth with the Board of Pharmacy members. At the end of that, generally the board members come up with a suggestion for whatever action they think is appropriate. With whatever they come up with, you have the opportunity to either agree or disagree with it. If you agree, then we do exactly what the board members have asked us to, reduce it to writing or whatever's needed, and go from there. If you disagree with it, it gives you the chance to basically say, you know, I would prefer to have a full hearing before the board at a later date. Whereas this is an informal conference with part of the board, the full hearing would be all 8 members of the board, generally in person here in our offices, swear everyone in as witnesses, have a court reporter and a hearing officer. And it actually is more official feeling, and also feels a little bit more like going to a court of law, the way we introduce evidence. With that said, Dr. Rogers, Dr. Tabor, do you guys have any questions about how this process works?
I do not.
Okay. Well, seeing none, if something comes up in the middle of this, if you are confused, if you need to ask us a question or something like that, by all means, wave your hands, get our attention, because we want to be sure we help answer any questions you guys have during the process as well. With that, I think back to Dr. Daniel, or Mr. Daniel, and I think he may be switching over to Dr. Fain.
Turn over to Dr. Fain to walk through her inspection and those violations.
Okay, I'm gonna try and share my screen and PowerPoint, and we'll see if we can get this up and running. So I inspected this pharmacy on July the 28th, 2021 with Brandon Holland. So during the inspection, we found some multiple violations. For example, they had expired active pharmaceutical ingredients in stock for compounding. Their compounding logs were incomplete. They were missing the expiration date and lot number of the APIs. They were compounding with expired APIs. The controlled inventory did not include any controlled substances that were APIs. They were like ketamine, diazepam, and testosterone is what they had. They had pre-prepared compounded preparations that were still in stock, but they did not include those in their controlled inventory. The beyond use date exceeded the expiration date of the API. They were filling prescriptions for office stock. Well, they were also invoicing them properly, but they were also filling them as office stock to maintain their perpetual inventory. But that causes a submission to the prescription drug monitoring program. And so it looks like the doctor's prescribing to themselves. And so the DEA expressly prohibits submission of office stock for controlled substances as a prescription. They had a box of take-back meds from patients, which included at least one controlled substance that I observed. They are not registered with the DEA as a collector, and they did not have a proper receptacle. Could not find where they were dispersing FDA MedWatch information to patients. They were unable to produce technician data entry policies and procedures. They had none of their controlled prescriptions were back tagged. So if they got a written or a phone-in prescription for, say, like Zolpidem, then it wasn't back tagged. So therefore, it didn't have the patient address, the doctor address, or the doctor's DEA number in many cases. So those were the items that we wrote up, but then we also verbally addressed some other deficiencies. There was a pharmacy intern there working, and they were administering COVID shots in the parking lot, which was not under the direct supervision of the pharmacist. Medications that had been removed from the stock bottles were not labeled with an expiration date. They needed to update their employee roster. They were compounding preparations for office use, and it's not permitted to compound for office use, but even if it was, they weren't labeled properly, not for resale. There were some compounded diazepam suppositories that were made in 2019. They were just sitting on the refrigerator shelf in the mold. They weren't in a sealed container and had dripped out. It was just not stored properly. So let me go back. They had an intern that was employed there, and they also had an intern that was doing a rotation there. I am very reluctant to not make a pharmacy a Class A pharmacy if I can help it, because that displaces that pharmacist from their rotation. This was on the 28th of July, so there was only 1 or 2 days left in the month. I did call Dr. Kirtley and Dr. McCready, and I shared the deficiencies with them and made a mutual decision that they could not be passed as a Class A pharmacy, and the pharmacy intern was not allowed to work anymore after that. After getting back to the office, this was actually put together later, and let me back up just a second. I went to back to the pharmacy so that I could pass them and get their student back in there to help them give COVID vaccines on August the 11th, and we'll talk about that later. They passed that inspection on August the 11th. After that date, I actually was able to sit down with the information that we had obtained during the July 28th inspection, and I made a spreadsheet to kind of delineate how old the medications were that were in active stock. And I had looked at compounding records, and I was able to see if they had used any of those and how many times. So this is just a spreadsheet showing the expiration date, and then in the last column, whether or not they were used in any of the compounds. So, you can see, for example, the dexamethasone expired 3/31/21, but it was used in a compound in 4/28/21. Here's another page, and I'm not going to go over this in detail, but like promethazine, it expired in 9/30/2019, but they used it to compound a preparation on 1/27/21. So that's just kind of an overview. Here's a sample of a compounding log. And so the propylene glycol, which is an inactive ingredient, it had expired in November of 20. But on the compounding log, they left off the lot number and the expiration date. Also, they gave it a 6-month beyond use date, and aqueous containing creams should only have a 30-day beyond use date. So this is just one example of a testosterone cream that was made. This is dexamethasone ionophoresis solution that they were compounding for a physical therapy or a doctor's office, I'm not sure which. But it doesn't have the expiration date of the components. And as I mentioned earlier, the dexamethasone was expired. There's no pharmacist verification on this form. The pharmacist name is printed on the label, but there's no notation on the form itself. And again, it was for office use. And then one more, gabapentin. This was compounded on the date that the stevia extract had expired. It was compounded on 3/29/21, and that was also the expiration date. But they assigned it a 6-month beyond use date. They also documented the correct stevia extract lot number, but the expiration date on the compounding log says that it expired in 3/22 instead of 3/21. And then no other lot numbers or expiration dates were documented. Let's see, I have 2 more. Promethazine, this one used 3 expired components. The promethazine itself expired in 19, the propylene glycol, and the butylated hydroxytoluene powder that expired in March of 20. Again, the log doesn't have the expiration date of the APIs. The lot number is missing on a couple of them, and they documented the correct lot number, but they put that it expired a year later than it actually did. And then Dr. Smith's oily nose drops, again, it's got some it's the same, no pharmacist verification, pretty much the same things. And then there's no need to go through all of these, but you get the idea. It was pretty consistent. So overall, I had 13 compounding logs. 12 logs were missing the lot numbers of the expiration dates, lot numbers of the APIs. 11 were missing the expiration dates. 8 preparations contained 1 or more expired ingredients. 7 of them were for office use. 5 did not have any documentation of pharmacist verification. 4 of them had extended beyond use dates. 2 logs have the correct lot number, but the incorrect expiration date. The Dr. Smith's oily nose drops did not list the individual ingredients of the preparation. And then 1 log didn't have an assigned beyond use date. This is their box that they had in the pharmacy where they took back meds from patients. And then this is an example of just a controlled substance that was in there, which would be in violation of DEA regulations regarding being a collector. I just wanted to show a sample of a prescription. So this was a C2 prescription that didn't have a back tag. So my, one concern is, again, talked about if they took a phone-in order for a 3, 4, or 5, it wouldn't necessarily have the doctor's address and DEA number or the patient's address. In this case, it's on there, but if I were working at that pharmacy and I were to take this out of the pharmacy and to take it to another pharmacy, there's no indication on this prescription that it had already been filled. And here's another example. There's just, I feel like it's a diversion risk. So Don's Pharmacy sent in a response, and this was their plan to address the deficiencies. So they disposed of all their expired APIs via pharmaceutical dimensions. They were marking all their APIs nearing expiration date with a red sticker, and they're going to monitor that monthly. The beyond use dates exceeding the expiration date of the APIs, they will verify in the software that all the ingredients are within date and that the beyond use date will not exceed the shortest expiration date of any ingredient. So they've added the lot number to the compounding log, and they're barcoding their products to make sure that everything is appropriate. They had some DEA, DHEA that was nutritional grade, and they replaced that with USP grade. Medications that were not in stock bottles, not labeled completely, they said that they will walk the shelves every Saturday to ensure that they all have expiration dates. And if they don't, they will identify the correct expiration date from the wholesaler. Their ketamine and diazepam will be added to the CDS inventory, and they will also add, and they did go back and add the compounded preparations that hadn't been dispensed yet. They updated the employer roster with me, and I have made that appropriate change. Going forward, all interns will be within earshot and eyeshot as far as like COVID vaccines being given. They won't be given in the parking lot anymore. They'll be given in the pharmacy. They've added a QR code to the bottom of each prescription receipt so that patients can access MedWatch information. They also have added the FDA MedWatch information to the receipt of all medications dispensed from the pharmacy. They will no longer be filling prescriptions for office stock for controlled substances. They've also been made RX only to prevent any OTC sales. That was actually the exempt narcotics submitting them to the PDMP. That wasn't the office stock, excuse me. So PDMP had notified the Board of Pharmacy that they wanted all that run through as a cash prescription so that the information was in the PDMP in addition to maintaining a log for the DEA. They will no longer be selling office stock via prescription. They did text me, or in fact, emailed me the tech data entry policy.
Dr. Fain, will you go back over, I'm sorry to interrupt you, would you go back over what you said right before about the PDMP stuff? Okay.
So exempt narcotics, like Tretestin AC or, guaifenesin with codeine, the DEA requires you to keep a log, a signature log that would include the patient's information, what you sold, how much, and the date, and the pharmacist has to sign off on that. The prescription drug monitoring program also wants that information. So this was not really written up as a deficiency. It was just an education point. But the PDMP also wants that information. So they want the pharmacy to run a prescription through as cash using the pharmacy as the prescriber because they have a DEA registration. And that way, if you had somebody come to your pharmacy and want to buy guaifenesin with codeine, then you would be able to check the PDMP to see if they've been getting it anywhere else.
And is that in contradiction to anything that we've been told in the past, to your knowledge?
I think this was a new interpretation by the PDMP that all controlled substances should be reported to the PDMP. So I don't know that that's in contradiction. It's just some new information that we've been trying to educate pharmacists on if they're selling exempt narcotics.
Gotcha. Thank you. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Again, we talked about the controlled substances not being back tagged. They said that they would sign, they would make sure that all controlled substances have a back tag and the prescription would be signed by the pharmacist to cancel them. Technically on the electronic prescriptions, those don't need to be printed out and signed by the pharmacist. But I just feel like if you're getting a prescription that walks in the door, there needs to be some sort of notation so that can't be diverted to another store. And then the last thing that they addressed was that they would no longer take back meds from patients, and they would educate them on where to take those to dispose of properly. I did a follow-up inspection on August 11th, as I stated earlier. All the previous deficiencies were corrected except for the C2 prescriptions were being back tagged, but the C3 through 5 were not. And but after we talked to them on that day, they stated that they would back tag all controlled prescriptions. So that's a run through of all the information. Does anybody have any questions? Luke.
Mr. Daniel?
I have a few, Dr. Newsom, if I may. So what were they compounding with those expired APIs? And you might have said that and I might have just missed it.
So some like dexamethasone ionophoresis solution, which is to help with like ultrasound. They use it to some Dr. Smith's oily nose drops, promethazine topical gel, and a lot of the products that were expired were inactive ingredients, but there were a few that were active ingredients, such as the dexamethasone, the promethazine, the menthol, that sort of thing.
Okay. And I know we talked about some BUDs outdated, but so even if the ingredients were not expired, the BUD dating was still too far out. Is that correct?
That is correct. Any aqueous product is only good for 30 days. I mean, they're good for 14 days, but creams would be good for 30 days.
And some of them had like up to 6 months
That's
BUD
correct.
date. Okay.
Yes.
And there was actually on a couple of those compounding logs, they used false expiration dates, like it'd be for say March of 2020 and they would put March of 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct. The lot number was accurate, but the expiration date was not accurate.
And those would be, how would those expiration dates be put in by hand? Like on that compounding log, or how does that work? Do you know?
I don't know. You'd have to ask somebody else.
Okay. And how much compounding were they doing? Is this a lot of their business or is this just here and there?
You would have to ask them. There were, I mean, if I were estimating, they probably compounded 2 or 3 things a day. So, I mean, it's a regular thing, but it's not a substantial part of their business.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further, Dr. Newsom. Thank you.
Any other questions of board members? Dr. Fang? Thank you, Dr. Fang, for your presentation. Okay.
Dr. Newsom, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Rogers and Dr. Tabor, I guess, to kind of what was going on during this time. Why were those issues ever an issue? And then, kind of what they've done to resolve those.
Thank you. Who wants to go first?
Go ahead, Michael.
All right. Go ahead, Dr. Rogers.
I'm gonna let Michael go first. I'll follow her. Thank you.
All right.
The compounding is actually a very minuscule part of our business. We probably do like maybe 5 a week. It's not something we advertise really. It's not something that we do a lot. And it was put on the back burner for sure. And the pharmacists, myself included, were not monitoring the expired ingredients like we should have been. And I personally, I don't think that the pharmacists were aware of the expiration date being altered, but we all are now, and we have done CEs on it, including our tech, and we're all on the same page of what is expected of us. We, after the inspection, bought some new software that helps integrate, like when you scan the compounding stock bottle, it enters the lot and the expiration date into the computer, so there's no chance to override anything. So that kind of took out that chance of error. Do you have anything else to add?
No. So is everybody compliant on, did you have any, I say in-service meetings with your staff to tell them about what had happened and of those changes?
We did. All the pharmacists and our compounding technician all had a meeting about what happened, and we went over all the issues and they were all addressed. And then we all did a compounding CE, each one of us, to try to gain some more knowledge and hold everyone accountable for what happened.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I add? Go ahead,
Daniel,
Mike.
just a second. Mr. Daniel.
How many hours was that compounding CE that you and the staff did?
I think everybody was is it 1 hour each, Tony?
1 hour, that on the CE deal, that seemed to be the majority. They were all 1 hour. I've got them all right here. I
Okay.
think they're all one.
And so how did the false expiration dates get on those compounding logs?
I wish we could tell you.
I mean, are they hand entered or would it be?
They were hand entered. Everything has been redone. Okay. The compounding is 1%. Like I say, that's our fault. We treated it like 1%. Since then, we put in a $3,000 scale that everything that's weighed has to be scanned. And then, like she said, it automatically puts it into the computer. So we were by hand. There are no more hands now. It's all exact, compounds sitting on our shelf that were not being used but expired. Back in the day, that was a sense of pride. All the old bottles you had, this old ingredient from the old days, but those are long gone, to the tune of $1,000 to get all that. It's all gone. I promise you, we've taken the measures. I'd like to think we've done this 62 years, which means 62 inspections, I guess, and every time it's been positive. I'm responsible for the last 38 years, and it's always been positive. So I think Cindy is probably way more efficient in compounding than anybody we've ever met. And we were wrong in a lot of this stuff, and we have addressed it, and we've punished ourselves tremendously. Trust me, my pharmacists are devastated over all of this. This is not how we do business. And so going forward, I want y'all to know that we're on it.
And maybe I missed this earlier, but how are you assuring that the BUD dates are assigned properly?
Let me get my compounder, unless you know, Micah, because I think it's all entered in the software. How the BUD? It's in the software, so when they scan it, it will assign the correct date.
Okay, so based on the ingredient, it'll assign that date that it's supposed to be.
Is that correct? Yeah, it comes from when the master formulation was put in there, it will assign at that date. So there's no more hands touching it.
No more human error or human possibly adding the wrong expiration date.
Correct.
Better not be anyway.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Kraus?
Yeah, I hate that this has happened. It's one of those situations, it looks like to me, where, compounding is almost could be almost an interruption in the daily workflow. But I will say that, or will ask, do you put your compounding ingredients, the size of the bottle and all that kind of stuff in your regular pharmacy filling software, or is it just in your compounding software?
Pioneer has a compounding software built into its main system, so we're using that.
I just noticed that it looked like that was the PCCA's compounding log software. Is that what those pictures were that I was looking at? Do you know?
No, Michael
was
says
that
it's
Pioneers?
Pioneer. Yes, sir.
That was Pioneers?
Was that Pioneer? Yes, sir. That
Okay,
was Pioneer. We're not a member of PCCA. We don't do enough to warrant that anymore, I don't believe. We used to be. We were one of their original people, but we never did any compounds. So that was a waste of money.
Just make sure that, I guess, when you get a new bottle in, that you're putting in, the NDCs and all that stuff of your new powders or, compounding ingredients each time you get something in, and updating your price. That helps you with pricing your compound, of course, but I just know that some people don't update it in their regular filling software, and they rely on their compounding software for their pharmacy logs and all that. But I would say, make sure that all your correct information, it's nice that it's in your compounding software if it's separate, but if it's in your pharmacy software, you know, it needs to be updated. Each bottle needs, you know, a new lot number, needs a new expiration date, needs all those things so that when you print out your pharmacy log sheet, it's all correct, you know, and that's all I have to say there.
Okay.
I
Any other
think that's what we've got. I think we're trying hard, Lynn. I'm speaking with one of my sons next to me, but he has taken the lead role on this, and he's got a chemistry degree and a math degree, and he's a pharmacist. And by God, you know, I think it's a lot better, or has been. And I want to say Cindy was very professional in what she did, you know, and we have the past inspection, so hopefully we're good.
Okay, thanks for taking to this and doing all your updates that you need to do. Dr. Mack or Dr. Richmond, did you have any comments? Okay, so what is the will of the board then? Dr. Kraus?
I'm just throwing it out there, so please, Dr. Richmond and Dr. Mack, have at it. But I, you know, I think that, you know, that they were inspected and they corrected what the inspection found. I'm glad that they've done what they've done. I think that it'll prevent problems in the future if they'll adhere to it. But I do believe that there probably needs to be some costs retained in this. And I'm not sure as to what the amount ought to be, but I'm willing to hear from the other two that are on this hearing to kind of come up with that. But I would be for, you know, some investigative cost recoupment, and then, you know, probably some CE.
Excuse me, Dr. Rogers, how many hours of CE did you have in your hand there? I know you held up something.
I have 5 pharmacists and the 1 tech that touch the compounding area, and I've got CE from all of them. 1 hour apiece. 1 hour apiece.
All right, thank you,
You
sir.
look at the compounding CEs, it looked like it was one, you know, they were 1 hour. So I required them to do an extra, you know, CE in addition.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Mack?
I'm kind of debating with myself here. I do feel like there were a lot of miscellaneous opportunities. It wasn't just they missed one thing or this or that. So, and I understand it's a small part of their business, but probably a very important part if they're going to, you know, do compounding. They have to follow everything. I would probably be more of a fine versus or investigative costs. Now, what I don't know, and we can discuss that amongst us, is I don't think they probably were trying to do anything wrong. So I don't see this so much as disciplinary, but I do feel like it was overlooked by multiple people, it appears. So I'm still kind of thinking about the number as well.
All right, thank you. Dr. Richmond?
I guess I'm less, since Lynn and Dr. Mack have addressed this, I'll be less focused on the numerical part. As I look across the different things, I mean, there were 5 PowerPoint slides of things that were documented as deficiencies. 1 slide with 5 sub-bullets related to compounding, but there were 4 other slides totaling up to 11 different points with sub-points of things that they on. Now, whether that represents they just didn't know or they just didn't do it, I guess that remains to be seen. What that suggests to me is I read across the list of things that need to be addressed or needed to be addressed. These are exactly the things that I'm preparing the students to take the law exam for coming up here in about a month. So I don't know that there would be any kind of CE that we would have that would be specific to Arkansas state law. In lieu of CE, I would like to see them not necessarily take it so they can be the PIC or whatever, but actually their pharmacists retake the law exam just to demonstrate competency in Arkansas law. And that may even include the PIC exam that they have as well. So that's the only thing that I know of that would be Arkansas specific, that would make sure that they are aware of a cross variety of Arkansas law that applies rather than additional CE. Although the CE that they've done in compounding, I certainly applaud them for their effort in that.
Thank you.
Does the PIC test, I'm sorry, I was going to say, does the PIC test have anything about compounding on it?
I don't know.
Dr. McCready or Dr. Kirtley, can one of y'all answer that real quick?
If it has compound on it, it's not much. And it's likely geared towards sterile compounding concerns rather than 795 non-sterile.
But the law test would have some.
That's mainly what our law test has had in the past, is more sterile, because that's what our rules speak more directly to instead of being via reference.
Okay, Dr. Kraus.
Yeah, I just wanted to point of clarification here. On one of the, where it's got the noted violations included, and it says control prescriptions were not back tagged and therefore do not contain all of the DEA required elements of a controlled prescription. The back tagging that we do on that is to ensure that the DEA information is on there, but if it's already on there, is that in violation?
No. So I think it poses a diversion potential. But no, if it was already printed on there, then that's, but if you took a verbal prescription, you would have to write in all that information to be compliant.
Right. But I mean, they had all the information or they did not have all the information.
Some of their phone-in prescriptions did not have all the information, and some of the written prescriptions from the doctor that weren't electronic didn't have like the patient address. There weren't very many of those. I was more concerned with the diversion potential.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what's the solution, y'all, Dr. Mack?
This is probably to John, but so, I mean, we've had several compounding type things somewhat similar to this. How does this, I don't mean exactly which one, but how do these kind of stack up as far as, I mean, do you see this as investigative or a fine that's going to require us to turn it in? I mean, it is a lot wrong and they should know all this stuff.
I mean, I think it's comparable to some of the others we have seen more recently. I have seen, depending on what extent of compounds are going to people, I've seen the board have a investigative cost penalty as low as like $2,500, and it goes up from there as much as $100,000. But that was an extreme case that's much different than this. I defer. I think Mr. Daniel probably know better than I would right off the top of my head, because he's the one who helps to finalize those orders and write them. But is that about what you remember?
Yeah, and that's about right. Like I said, it's just kind of been, the board's just always kind of looked at, what were the issues, and we have seen a lot of very, very similar issues in this case as we have in some of the others that we've had in the last couple of years with the, with the compounding issues, expired APIs, past BUDs, similar instances like that. I know these had a little more to it than just compounding, but and the board's also taken into account, remedial steps, and it appears here that they got all this resolved with, and Dr. Fenty can correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like just in a matter of about 2 weeks. They corrected all of this and got it, corrected quickly. So, I mean, the board has taken that into account too. We've had some that have just drug their feet, that had higher fines, had higher. So yeah, I mean, it's just kind of been, I think the last one we had that was similar, I think it was a $3,500, investigative cost. And, like John said, they've gone up, tremendously from there, just kind of depending on the circumstances. But like I said, it appears here that this has been overlooked for a while. And, whatever that reasoning is, I can't tell you, but they did get it resolved very quickly from, they had a lot to resolve, and it appears they put in the time and the money on new equipment and put in, time and money to see that, stuff like this would not happen again. So I don't know. I mean, the board, of course, has the option of disciplinary or non-disciplinary. And, this seems more of a one that, like I said, they've put in a lot of effort and a lot of time to see that this was corrected. So I would, probably say it would be on the lower end of what we've had in the past.
And we could be fair from what we've done in the past if we did do it all investigative costs and not a fine. Therefore,
right. I mean, there have been some that have been fines, and there are some that have been investigative costs. But like I said, this is kind of, very similar to, but I don't recall, and Dr. Fain can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't recall one that we've had these amount of issues that have been corrected so quickly. So that's, something for, good for them. Like I said, when it was, it shouldn't have had to been brought to their attention, but when it was, they corrected it immediately. So.
And in part, this one, this is a store that takes a lot of students on rotation. So it was putting their ability to have students on rotation. They weren't able to until this was fixed. So they got it fixed as quickly as possible so they could have students again.
Okay, any comments, board members? Dr. Kraus?
I'm gonna kick this out and then see what they say, but so the lower end would be 2,500 non-disciplinary investigative costs with probably some CE pertaining particularly to 795 and BUDs. I don't know what the CE that they have there necessarily covers, but I think that if they want to use what they have to count towards this, I don't have a problem with it, but I would say, 3 hours of CE for the pharmacists on beyond use dating and 795 compounding.
Okay, Dr. Richmond, do you have a comment?
Well, I'm not sure. I agree with everything else that Dr. Cross just said. I'm not sure that it hits on some of the broad-based issues that are generally Arkansas law. So I revert back to my desire to see them pass the PIC exam or the law exam, but not that that have any bearing on their licensure, but simply see that they can pass the exam.
Okay, Dr. Mack?
Well, I may go in the middle there of maybe not necessarily take the exam, since John said there isn't that much about compounding, and not only just take a CE, maybe this would be kind of far out there, but we could require them to read the Arkansas law, which when you go take your exam, you should read it anyway, or even take Dr. Kirtley's class, where he does the
review.
He has the recording.
Review.
We might make them do the law review, and assure us they did. So that's kind of in between the two.
That's why you usually make them take the law test, because that
right.
They access the review and get. It's one of those. It's not just what they weren't doing right this time. It's almost like, let's do a real good
Could there
law
be
review,
others?
pass the test, because there's a lot of other issues that are going to be on there.
But here's the thing
the way
about, the law test is we have Don's Pharmacy here today and we have Micah Tabor here today. I don't know that we can require his other pharmacists who are not part of this today we can't just legally tell them you have to retake the law exam without giving them some type of due process to be here. But we can tell him, like, you can require your pharmacist to do, like 3 hours of CE, if they're going to be compounding. And stuff like that. But as far as telling the other pharmacists besides the two that are here today about taking the law exam, I don't think we could do that without letting them have some type of due process to, have an order to be here.
Can we require them to review the law review?
We can have him, as part of that pharmacy, we can have him to, if he's going to do compounding, to have his pharmacist review the law review and take, compounding CE. We want to do it that, but I think it would be a stretch as far as making people who aren't here today, order them to retake the law exam.
Well, I think they were so efficient and got on this that I believe we could trust him that he would have his people do their law review, and it'd be a great thing to do regardless of whether you had to or not.
Okay, Dr. Kraus and then Dr. Rogers.
Yeah, this is more for our council and John, really. So explain to me, I guess, would the law exam in any way help address these particular problems?
Well, if you are taking the law exam, realizing we are about to have to do some minor updates in preparation for this next review, you're going to have to do a dive into the overall law book. So it is not necessarily going to solve the compounding issues, but there were other potential issues with supervision and some other things like that it could help ring a bell of prevention for people. And I think that's generally the goal, is to show that you're trying not to punish someone in a lot of instances where it's a reportable offense. It's a lifelong, stamp on your license. And so, we're not going to do that, but we would like for you to, view the law review or whatever you want to do to prepare and retake the law exam. And it shows the board a level of minimal competence in understanding of Arkansas pharmacy law.
But we could only do that for these two individuals, but we could make them all do their law review.
Yeah, the other choice the board would have would be similar to this morning, saying if they would agree to it, we will just take that, like whoever your main compounding pharmacist are, if they'll agree to that, then we won't call them in, or you would instruct us, call them in because they had a hand to play in this as well, and we'll see them in a future meeting. But if that's already going to be your intent, you could offer it and see if they would take it, because it's non-disciplinary.
Okay. Dr. Rogers, then Dr. Kraus, then Dr. Richmond.
Okay, I just, we'll do whatever you guys want us to do. I've got 5 of the top pharmacists in the state of Arkansas, and they are practicing by everything that they can do. There was, we caught an inspection that it was an inspector and she was teaching another inspector, and they went through with a fine-tooth comb. And, we had things that we could address on each one of them, and we did it. Actually, we had it done in 4 days, but we couldn't get, Cindy was in meetings and we couldn't get her back out here. But we were punished severely by not having students for the next month, right during the main COVID seasons. So I was hiring nurses to help, and we were punished. And I just
I'm going to interrupt, because I'm just going to say, I take a little offense to saying you're being punished, because of the fact that this is a store that we're trusting to train students how to do it the right way. And we cannot afford to have someone teach them how to do it the wrong way. So I understand that seemed like punishment.
I didn't mean to use, I shouldn't have used
Yeah.
that word,
Yeah,
but I don't
But
want
at the
to-
same time, it was a risk to the public health if students are not taught in a pharmacy that's right. So you've done great work fixing it, but you keep saying punishment. And I think that there may be some confusion over something that you end up causing grief on yourself versus the board wasn't trying to punish you. The board was trying to protect the students and protect the public.
I'll take that. I used the wrong word. But I want y'all to know we're taking it very seriously, and everything that's on there we've addressed.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Kraus?
No, ma'am, I don't have anything further.
Okay, Dr. Richmond.
I just want to iterate, and John kind of hit on this, but I just want to drive the point home that this is not just about compounding issues. If we begin with slide number 2, it talks about labeling, talks about controlled substance inventory. Bullet number 4 talks about updating employee rosters. We know that Regulation 2 and Regulation 3 deal with pharmacists and technicians. Anytime a pharmacist leaves employee, the PIC of the outgoing and the incoming store where they're going to work, plus the pharmacists themselves have to notify within 5 days. Same thing for the technicians, only at 7 days. You look at slide number 3, it's talking about supervision of people who are working under pharmacists. So this is not a compounding issue. MedWatch information that comes from federal law, the FDA Modernization Act. So that may not be covered under state law, but it certainly is a requirement that's incumbent on pharmacists. The state prescription drug monitoring program, that's specific to Arkansas because while each state has its own PDMP, they are organized in different ways. Different drugs are required to be reported. So each state has their own type of requirements. So I think as you go through each of these slides, that there is a wide variety of things that need to be demonstrate competence, and simply to review something doesn't say that you retain the information. And so Dr. Rogers and Dr. Tabor, who are here, they represent the pharmacy leadership. If nothing else, at a minimum, these folks could demonstrate competence on those exams. That way we can be comfortable that these types of things that they're at least newly keenly aware of.
And I can only see that this making your pharmacy even stronger, because if everyone does the law exam, guess what's going to happen? It's going to be talk among your pharmacists, better communication, and that's going to be passed on to the students, because guess what? They're going to be there to hear what they're talking about. So I think Dr. Richmond has a great idea on retaking the law exam. So what is going to be the final motion that we will vote on? Okay, Dr. Kraus.
So if I'm gonna try to put it all together that we've all talked about here. $2,500 fine, non-disciplinary, or $25 investigative costs, non-disciplinary, with
You said $25, you meant 2,500.
You mean 2,500?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Anyway, and I would say, Jeff, who do you want to take the law exam, Rodney? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, since we only have 2 folks in front of us, then it would be Dr. Rogers and Dr. Tabor.
Okay, I would be good with that, for them to retake the law exam. Is that the will of this board?
John, is there a big difference between the PIC exam and the general law exam?
Well, the PIC exam is open book.
Okay.
So if someone takes the PIC exam, it's the pharmacist in charge and preceptor exam. It is much shorter.
Well, I think we want the one with the broader implication. So, I mean, whichever one that would be, if it's the law exams, the general law exam, the only one I'm familiar with.
Yeah, that would be the general law exam.
Okay. Yeah, I would go with the general law exam, Lynn.
Okay, Dr. Mack?
Is the pharmacist today, is she the pick?
I am.
Just so I know. You
Yeah.
are? Okay. Well, I agree. Since Luke said only these two individuals could take the exam, I'm fine with that. But I think the other pharmacists, I mean, they have some role in this too, because they were filling prescriptions as well. She didn't fill them all. So if we can't make them take the exam, why don't we at least say they all have to review Dr. Kirtley's law review? And I think that would be good for them. And no, we wouldn't have a test for them, but at least I believe these individuals are trying to fix this, and I believe they'll do it.
Okay, Counselor.
We can just get a letter of, we can just get a statement from Dr. Rogers that just states that his pharmacists have reviewed that law exam. Will that work as proof for you, Dr. Mack?
That would for me, yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dr. Newsom, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's what I'll ask. Could we make it part of the order that the owner ask his staff to take the exam? Can that be part of the order? So that way everybody gets a chance to review.
You mean to take it or to review for it?
To take it. That way everybody will be on an even keel. And like I say, it will bring up discussion within the pharmacy. I know it's not going to be good discussion to start off with, but it will be a fantastic learning process, especially since they're teaching the future pharmacists of the state.
So you're wanting to add Dr. Krause and say everyone has to take the exam? Is that what you're saying, Lenore?
I mean, that's what I'm saying, but I'm having to ask the owner to do it because
I mean, we can ask them to take it, but they're not here today. If they say no, then I don't know what we can really do besides, I mean, set them for a hearing and bring them in. I mean,
Could you not ask Dr. Rogers to make it a condition of their employment?
well, that's getting into his business, and we're not. I mean, that's not really the board's to get into how he runs his business.
Okay.
And
it's not really.
He employs a lot of
stepping.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah. This isn't like a two-person operation. They've always had a lot of pharmacists working in their store.
Based upon what they have demonstrated to this point, I'd be happy for him to just aver that they have listened to your law review. You know, the folks who are here today, you know, take the exam as we've talked about, but to have his staff do the law review and then just say that he had him do it, I'd be okay with that.
You're okay. Dr. Krause, your hand was up.
I'm fine.
You're fine. Okay.
So I just want to be sure I got everything down right. The $2,500 non-disciplinary investigative cost is for the pharmacy itself. Dr. Tabor and Dr. Rogers to retake the Arkansas law exam, and for Dr. Rogers to have his staff review the law review, and then just provide just a statement that they did that.
And Dr. Krause, did you have some compounding in there? 3 hours of compounding?
Well, I thought that was.
I did before the law exam thing came in.
So we're just going to put all that into the law exam. Okay.
Yeah, just do the law exam.
Okay.
So that's the motion. Was there I'll turn it back over to Dr. Newsom. I don't know if there was ever a second.
Yeah, that's what I was with. Did anybody ever second that motion?
Could you review my motion for me, please?
$2,500 non-disciplinary investigative cost to the pharmacy. Dr. Rogers and Dr. Tabor to retake the Arkansas law exam, and for Dr. Rogers to have his staff, to have his pharmacist review the Arkansas law review.
Okay, thank you.
And who did a second on that? Dr. Mack?
I did.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye or the raise of the hand.
Aye.
Okay, Any
I showed
nays?
Yeah, I showed a 3-0 vote.
Right.
Okay.
No nays?
Dr. Rogers, Dr. Tabor, I will put this in writing, and like Dr. Curley said at the beginning, you have the right to appeal this. If you decide this is not what you want, then you have that right to appeal this, and it'll all be in that letter, but I will get a letter to both of you that just lays out what they stated today, and then you can just let us know how you want to move forward, but we'll give you time. We give the law review twice a week. It's given on Mondays and Wednesdays. So just, we can, if y'all decide that you want to accept this, then we'll just find a time for y'all to come in and take it. Either one of you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll get it in the mail, and then you can just let us know how you want to proceed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all. Okay, it's 3:17 and our next case is scheduled for 2:30. Do you all need to take 10 minutes or do you want to keep going?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Everybody okay? And we do have, we
And
do
Dr.
have
Jolly's
Dr.
back.
Jolly back.
Mhm.
Are you there, Brian?
Here.
Okay. And we have Darren O'Quinn is here with Darling Pharmacy. Darren, I see Dr. Darling. Darren, are you there?
Yes, I'm here next to Dr. Darling. Just trying to use the same computer, basically.
No, that's fine. That's fine. And also Nora Martin, see her. Dr. Martin, if you'll take your speaker, if you'll turn or take yourself off mute.
Yes, sir.
Oh, all right. And just for the record, I do have Dr. Jolly back. So we have four board members present. And John, I'll turn it over to you.
Absolutely. Hey guys, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. I'm just going to tell you real quick who all you're talking to today and just a couple of things about this procedure. On screen for staff, you'll see myself along with Luke Daniel, who's our general counsel, Dr. Brenda McCready, our assistant director, and Dr. Cindy Fain, who's one of our inspector investigators. You also have on screen Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Debbie Mack, and Dr. Brian Jolly, along with Dr. Lenora Newsom, who are board members. Dr. Newsom is the chairperson for this informal committee. In these informal committee meetings, like we described, it's a fairly back and forth casual conversation like most of you have seen in the previous issue before the board. And at the end of the discussion we have today, the board members generally come up with some decision of what action they would suggest taking. The important thing in this is you can either agree or disagree with whatever it is that they come up with or that they suggest. If you agree, we reduce it to writing or do whatever the board members have asked us to do to commemorate their decision. And if you disagree, it means you would have the chance to instead request a full hearing before the board at a later date, which would be all 8 board members rather than just these few. Do you guys have any questions about how this procedure works?
No, sir.
Okay. If you do at any point, Dr. Darling, if you need to have a sidebar with your attorney or anything else, you guys just let us know. Or if you need a break, wave your hands, get our attention. Just let us know that you need a break. If you need to ask something, we'll be glad to help. With that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Daniel.
Thank you. This started as, I guess, kind of a complaint. Dr. Fain received some phone calls about some possible violations in the pharmacy. And so she went to the pharmacy and did an inspection. And I'll turn it over to her and just kind of let her walk through, I guess. Dr. Fain, if you would kind of start with those phone calls and then just kind of walk through what you did from there, the inspection and all of the violations or just whatever you observed. And I know if you'll talk about whether, I know some of them will repeat violations. So if you'll just point those out as you go through, but I'll just turn it over to you.
Okay. So again, I have prepared a PowerPoint just to kind of simplify this. It's a little more detailed than the previous case. So I've kind of broken it down into different topics. It's not necessarily chronological. So I'm going to pull up my PowerPoint. So I received a phone call from a technician on June the 9th of 2021, and she was asking if it was permissible to exchange brands of hydrocodone. A patient wanted yellow and they got white, and they brought it back to the pharmacy and wanted to exchange it. And the pharmacy technician, who is the owner's daughter, told the pharmacist and the pharmacy technician that they had to exchange it. She was also expressing concern that they had been dispensing expired percogesic and magnesium citrate solutions, which are both over the counter, but she said that they were expired. I told her what the law was and told her that I would need more details. And so then on June the 15th, I received another phone call from the same technician who claimed that Dr. Darling had dispensed an expired drug and labeled it as a compound. And she sent me a picture of the product, and I'll share that with you in just a minute. So on June the 22nd, I went to Newport for an inspection, and these are the violations that I listed. They need to post the current permits in the pharmacy. They had some old ones posted and they weren't current. They needed to update the employee roster with the board. They needed to sign their controlled substance invoices. This was also a repeat violation. They were unable to find the Schedule 3, 4, and 5 controlled inventory more recent than 2012, although they were able to locate the C2 inventory from 2019. Now, to be fair, Dr. Darling was not present during this inspection, so I was dealing with Dr. Martin, and she was not a full-time pharmacist. So she, her not being able to locate that, anyway, I asked them to fax me something more recent. If I go to a pharmacy and there's a float pharmacist or part-time, I give the PIC opportunity to send that to me at a later date. The C2 medications on the shelf were not distributed throughout inventory or locked up as per DEA regulations. The compounding documentation was inadequate. It appeared that they were dispensing expired compounded products. The logbook had not been signed regularly by all the pharmacists that work, and it hadn't been signed at all for the past week. And then some medications and compounds on the shelf were not labeled with an expiration date or beyond use date. So here's a picture of some medications that were not in the stock bottles, and they were just labeled with the name of the drug. They did not have an expiration date, so I have no concept of how old they are. The right-hand picture is the bottom two shelves in that bay. All of the C2 prescriptions were in that area. They were not dispersed, to prevent diversion. I also there were 4 employees on hand that day, and I talked to all of them independently. Most of the previous employees had quit in April of 2021, so none of the employees I talked to had worked there more than a few months. All of them stated that they had seen patients return prescriptions to the pharmacy, particularly if they didn't get the yellow hydrocodone with acetaminophen tablets. One pharmacy technician said she'd seen the medications that had been returned from the patients be returned back to stock. Every single employee stated that Dr. Darling worked 2 days a week plus an occasional Saturday. So the pharmacy is open 49.5 hours a week, so the PIC would be required to work no less than 24.75 hours a week. Dr. Darling did sign the nightly log almost every day, but the other pharmacist did not sign. 2 employees stated that the over-the-counter magnesium citrate solution was expired, so Nora Martin told me she removed the expired bottles from the shelving out front, and she ordered a few bottles to replace them. She stated the next time she went to work, the expired bottles had been put back out in stock after they had had the expiration date removed from the bottle, and I got some pictures. This is the logbook, and starting in March through May on these 3 slides, and Dr. Darling signs pretty much every single day, and there, with a few exceptions in early April, he's the only one signing. And then here's May and June, and again, Dr. Darling is the only one signing with one exception. The magnesium citrate, There's two brands there. The ones on the right, the Health Mart brand, that's the brand that Nora Martin told me that she ordered. That's in date. And then the ones on the left are a different brand, and you could see that where my cursor is going. I don't know if y'all could see that, but the expiration date has been removed somehow. So I have some progesterone suppositories that look like they were compounded in 2012, some diazepam suppositories that were compounded in 2005. They in 2018, these were inactive stock. These were not, segregated. Some compounding creams, nifedipine cream, Redbug, which doesn't list the individual ingredients. Those are from 2018 and 19. This is the compounding log that they found for me on my first inspection, which was June of 22. And it's not in chronological order. If you look over here, it's May of 2019, and then April 16th of 2019, and then it goes back to May 29th of 2020. So it's not in chronological order. There's no expiration date of the ingredients. There's no inactive ingredients listed. Some are missing the beyond use dates. All of the beyond use dates, regardless of if it's aqueous or not, is 6 months. And then there's no record of compounding at all on here for salicylic acid 6% or DM compound CS, which is a cough syrup. And that's going to come into play here in just a minute. So hang on, that was in, so when I went back on July the 29th, which is a month later, this is a different compounding log that was provided to me. The inactive ingredients, again, are not listed, nor is the expiration date of the active ingredients. There's not any record of compounding for the cough syrup until March the 12th of 21, and that will come into play again in a minute. And there's no record of salicylic acid 6% until July of 21. So this is one patient's profile, and I know that that's more blacked out than not, but this is DM Comp CS that was dispensed in May of 2021, April of 21, all the way back to September of 2019. So it was filled 9 times for this patient, but the first time it was to appear on a compounding log was not until March of 2021. Salicylic acid, it had been compounded on 7 occasions from May until July of 2019, but the first time to appear on the compounding log was July of 2021. So, and that should say filled on 7 occasions from May of 19 through July of 21. That's an error on my part. This is a 1 gallon bottle of distilled water, but it was labeled 240 ml DM Comp CS, which I don't know what the ingredients were. I could go back to the compounding log to look. I think it had dextromethorphan and decongestant in it, maybe an antihistamine. It did not have any controlled substances in it. But it's just this big gallon bottle, but it says 240 mils, and it looked like it was compounded in June of 2019. And he's just reusing the bottle, but I really don't have any way of knowing if he made a gallon or if he just made 240 mils. So this is the photo that was texted to me by the pharmacy technician. So the patient's profile shows 1 prescription for antipyrine bencaine, and that's the way it's spelled on the label. But there was no antipyrine in stock as far as like API. The compounding log had an entry for benzocaine and sweet oil on 6/15/21. In a minute, I'm going to show you pictures of the benzocaine, but they were not USP grade. They were research grade. The benzocaine was not obtained through a licensed distributor. And when I talked to Dr. Darling, he said that he did compound this, but This is the picture that was sent to me by the technician, and if you'll note, it still has the manufacturer seal on the bottle of the medication. So I don't understand how he could have compounded that with the manufacturer still on there. So this is the patient's profile, and the second thing is antipyrine bencaine. There is no separate entry for benzocaine and sweet oil. There's only one label. So I feel like that is an accurate depiction of what this patient received. The benzocaine powder, it says on here for research and developmental purposes only. And it was also distributed by LS Solutions. I wasn't familiar with them. It also doesn't have a beyond use date, but it was manufactured, appears to be manufactured in like March of 2018. But when I looked up the LS Solutions, they were not licensed with the Arkansas Board of Pharmacy, nor had they been at any time. And when I looked up the address, it's actually a post office. And it had been demolished in 2020. So it doesn't appear that was a legitimate business. I wasn't even able to find it on the California Board of Pharmacy, either looking it up by name or by address. And one other thing of note is up here at the top, it says that the zip code was 921137, but that's actually the zip code that was listed on the bottle. So to me, that just is a concern that it's legitimate. So on the follow-up inspection, which was about 5 weeks after the first, they had corrected these things. They had current licenses that were posted. Their controlled invoices were signed. Their C2 prescriptions were stored separately from all others. We had some problems with, I don't think I mentioned it, but their C2 prescriptions and their 3, 4s, and 5s weren't always separated. They were pretty sloppy in that. Their C2 medications were dispersed throughout the inventory. They had taken a new 3, 4, and 5 controlled inventory on 6/23/21. They had faxed that to me the day after the last inspection. And all of their expired compounding chemicals had been removed from active stock. Uncorrected violations that I had brought up, they still had incomplete compounding documentation, and it appeared that they had controlled medications returned to the pharmacy by patient, and I'll show you some pictures of that. I observed some additional violations. They had outdated medications in active stock. Jamie Darling, which is the technician, and she's the daughter of Dr. Darling. She's an immunizing technician, and she was able to produce her training, but she was unable to locate her current CPR. And then they weren't monitoring their refrigerator temperatures for vaccines. So let me back up. So while I was there for the first inspection, I observed a lot of errors in the prescriptions that I reviewed. So I added to the subpoena, because I was already going to subpoena some documents. And I took, I think, 3 weeks worth of, 2 months worth of prescriptions back to the pharmacy board to review for accuracy. And we'll get into the accuracy in a minute, but one of the things that I noticed was this patient received a prescription for acetaminophen with codeine number 3, and in the directions it says must turn in all unused allotted to the pharmacy. And then it's in the directions, it's, that the pharmacist, it says return all unused allotted to the pharmacy. When I asked about this, they denied receiving that. Their records were such that I wasn't really able to determine if they had been returned to them or not. So these are some previous inspections where they had been written up for some of the things. Like this is from 2014. And Dr. Frazier had said that they had several out-of-date compounding products. They need to include their FDA statement with the refill prescriptions and add ester test products to the current inventory. In 2015, still numerous outdating compounding products. CMEA was, Combat Methamphetamine Act certificate was expired. Their logbook was incomplete. They needed a scanner to sell their pseudoephedrine, and their controlled inventory was not within their biennium, and they didn't include hydrocodone when it went controlled in October of 2014. 2017, daily logbook needs attention. C2 orders must be checked in online. 2019, they need to post permits, need to temperature monitor for refrigerator, need to record pseudoephedrine sales properly. They need a memorandum of understanding. I'm assuming they were doing compliance packaging at that time. I didn't observe any during my inspection. And then pharmacist needs to sign C2 invoices. So this is a copy of my inspection on June the 22nd of 21. A lot of those are repeat violations, as we've already talked about. Sorry. Again, during my initial inspection, I observed many errors. So I took the original prescriptions from the pharmacy and took them back to the office. In total, I reviewed 653 prescriptions. 108 of them had errors or items of concern, which is 16.5%. You could see there the layout, 66 of them were incomplete directions, which generally means they left off like on an antibiotic till all taken, or PRN on like a pain medication, but I'm going to show you some examples of where it was more concerning than that. And I'm not going to go through all that list, so you can read that for yourself. Just so that you all know, when I'm sharing this, I can't see you guys, so if you have anything, you're going to have to interrupt me verbally. So breakdown by the pharmacist. Jimmy Darling had 59 of the 108 errors. Nora Martin had 43, and Jennifer Wynn, which is another part-time pharmacist, had 6. So we're going to talk about Dr. Darling's first. If you break his down, it's 37 incomplete directions. And again, I'm not going to read all that to you, but you can see the breakdown of the category. Here's a wrong dose. So the prescription is written for Tylenol with codeine number 3. Take 1 tablet by mouth every 6 hours as needed for pain. And the label says take 2 tablets every 6 hours as needed for pain. Prednisone 20, 2 tablets daily. And over here, it says 1 tablet daily. Lyrica, 75 milligrams. The dose is 2 tablets or 2 capsules twice a day, and they've got 1 capsule twice a day. Hydrocodone, this is, it was not supposed to be filled before 6/21, and it looks like it was filled on 6/15. The directions are 5 times every day as needed for pain, but the label says okay, wait a minute here. It's exactly, hang tight. I've got other things that are popping up on my screen that are getting in the way. So the directions are 5 times every day needed for pain. This says 5 times every day in the evening for pain. And I think that that could be very confusing to the patient. This was written for cephalexin 500, 1 QID, and it's filled with cephalexin 250, 1 QID. So, I mean, it's not like they adjusted the dose. Wrong strength, this was written for hydrocodone 7.5, 325. It was filled with 5, 325. This one, the albuterol ipratropium, it says 1 vial every 4 to 6 hours is needed. Up here it says 1 vial every 4 tablets, 6 hours infection needed. It doesn't make sense at all. So there were several medications that were substituted, but there was no documentation on the prescription nor in the computer that regarded, whether they communicated that to the physician or what their reason for it was, but it was written for omega-3 ethyl esters, 2 capsules twice a day, and it was filled with Basipa, 1 gram, 2 capsules twice a day. So this is an example of incomplete directions. And even though it's just not complete, I feel like it's significant. So it was fluocinolone applied topically to arms and legs 3 times a day. And it says 1 application 3 times a day. But the problem is that they also got hydrocortisone cream that they were supposed to apply to their face twice a day. And this one says where it's supposed to be added, but patients get confused easily, and I think that the directions on the fluocinolone should have been, exactly as written so that the patient was clear. Here's another one that's incomplete directions, is take 1 twice a day, and it says until all taken twice daily. So this one, the directions say take 1 tablet 2 PO every 6 hours as need for pain. I mean, I just think that that's confusing to the patient. And this second one, it's T1 TPO, just didn't translate, but that can be very confusing for the patient. So Nora Martin was also an employee there, and she had a significant share of the prescriptions errors. And so I've got a breakdown for her as well. So this is one that's the wrong strength. That was written for hydrocodone 5-325, and it was filled with hydrocodone 10-325, and the directions were the same, so they didn't adjust. This one was written for bupropion XL 300 milligrams, 1 tablet every morning, but it was filled with bupropion 150 milligram XL, and it said T1 by mouth every morning. So it's just not clear. Clindamycin 150 milligrams, 2 capsules 3 times a day, and they filled it with clindamycin 2 capsules twice a day instead of 3 times a day. An example of incomplete directions: take 1/2 to 1 pill up to twice a daily only if needed for severe pain. And the directions say 1/2 to 1 tablet up to twice daily if needed for pain. And I don't think that conveys the physician's directions. Guaifenesin with codeine, 5 meals every 6 hours as needed. This is take 5. It doesn't say take 5 what? Teaspoonfuls, 5 meals. Patient needs more direction. So this one was another one that may have been therapeutically substituted. I'm not real sure. Again, there was no direct documentation in the computer nor on the prescription. It was written for Zyrtec D, 1 tablet twice a day PRN. And this HM allergy congestion is loratadine instead of cetirizine. So this one was written for amoxicillin 500 3 times a day, and it was filled with the azithromycin 250. Again, it was probably therapeutically substituted, but it's not the same doctor. It's just, there should be some documentation in the computer. This was written for PEG, as a bowel prep. and 2 Dulcolax tablets. Well, this was what was dispensed with Suprep, and there's no notes that the 2 Dulcolax tablets, there's no notes of it being changed. This one was written for Lotamax, and it was filled with FML Forte. And that's, okay. That is a summary of the errors in the inspections.
Dr. Newsom, I've got a few questions if I may. So you went back, you were there for the first time June 15th, and then you went back in July. You said about 5 weeks, is that correct?
June 22nd, and then July the 28th.
Okay. And so they were still not completing the compounding logs, and there were still expired medication out and possibly being used. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so, speaking of that, you showed some old inspections. So there was inspections going back, well, as far as you went back, 2014, 2015, 17, 19, and your inspection. And during that time, out-of-date products were being used to compound as far back as 2014.
That's what the inspections indicate.
Yeah. I mean, according to those inspections, and it was still being done now.
Yes.
Okay. And 7 years later, and logbook issues was still citing all that logbook issues through that whole period too.
Yes.
Okay. And some of these med errors, they weren't just, I mean, I know you just went through a lot of them, but some of these are pretty serious and could have caused patient harm. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you said an error rate. And what kind of prescriptions did you review? Were these just paper ones, or what did you look at?
So these were just paper prescriptions. They were C2s, 3, 4s, and 5s, and non-controls, but they were not the electronic ones.
Okay. And so you said you looked at about 600-ish, 635, I believe it was, and that had an error rate of 16.5%. So
Correct.
That's a pretty high error rate for that small amount of prescriptions. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for Dr. Fang.
Does anyone have any questions of Dr. Fang and board members? Okay.
It's okay with you, Dr. Newsom. If nobody has any questions, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. O'Quinn.
Right, go right ahead. Thank you.
Yes, and I think we're going to have Dr. Darling, address the issues raised by Dr. Fang. But I just want to give the board some context of when these items happened. In early 2020, Dr. Darling lost a 35-year-old tech, Sandy Bridgman, who retired. And after that, had many technicians kind of come and go, including some experienced ones. The technicians that were initially, I guess, interviewed by Dr. Fang, they had been there, I think they said April, but actually they had only been there since May of that year that she interviewed them. In March of 2020, after the technician retired, the front end of the store was closed due to the COVID, which severely increased the workload for the pharmacy and the staff. In September of 2020, Dr. Darling's pharmacy switched from Pioneer RX computer program to RX Master, or they were using RX Master, and they switched to Pioneer RX, which was a lot more sophisticated program to them and definitely took, I think, some learning time. They tell me that it was complicated to learn. It was a steep learning curve. In November of 2020, Nora Martin, Dr. Martin, started here at the pharmacy to help them sort of get caught up, if you will. January the 4th, 2021 is when the COVID vaccines started, which again increased the workload. They found out later, after these two techs resigned, or quit, that the technicians had not been submitting the COVID data because they wanted a raise to do that, and they didn't get a raise, and so they just didn't submit the data. And so there's 2 to 3, 4 weeks of pile up in that data. And then in May of 2021, 2 more technicians quit, and that's when they found out there'd been about $56,000 in services not billed. So that's not the excuse. That's just the context of what Dr. Darling was going through at the time. He's been licensed since 1967. He has the oldest continuous pharmacy in the county. And one thing you might be aware of as we go through his testimony is that he is hard of hearing, and so he doesn't always pick up what someone is asking and that sort of thing. And so you're not being rude. He just has that condition. And so with that, I think I'll just ask Dr. Darling to kind of go through the allegations one by one. Many of these are true. It's black and white, it's either it was done or it wasn't done, but some of these can be explained and put into context, I believe. And so I'll let him kind of just go down the list, and maybe the best thing is to start out with the technician that initially called this in and said that a patient left with hydrocodone, left the pharmacy, and then came back and wanted the yellow hydrocodone tablets instead of the white ones, and that your daughter, Jamie, instructed the doctor, I guess, the people that were there at the time, you weren't there, but instructed them to make the exchange. And can you kind of tell the board what happened in that situation according to what you understand?
The situation wasn't handled properly, but in context of what happened, this happened to an elderly patient who could walk with the aid of a cane. It was a rainy day, and she got her medication at the pharmacy. She had cautioned she'd had been cautious not to get COVID, wearing the mask, and not coming in. She got her medication and drove around the pharmacy. And when she came right back with the medication, and they took it back, and that was a story that we're not proud. We have instituted procedures to correct this by double checking the NDC at the request of Pacific NDC. The patient or the tech requested. Pharmacist, when he dispenses it, circles the bag, and the tech will sign it again. So that is what we've done to prevent that from happening again.
Now, Dr. Darling, this particular elderly patient, your front end was closed, and so she'd come through the drive-through.
Right.
Okay. And basically circled the building and found out that she had white pills instead of yellow,
right,
and pulled back up to the drive-through and wanted an exchange.
Correct.
Okay. And now, if you weren't there, but if you'd have been there, would you have known the patient's preference for the color of the tablets?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And we sent this in to Mr. Daniel, but you have an exhibit where you've implemented the policy that you just described, where hopefully this situation won't reoccur in the future, and the patient preference will be spotted on the front end.
Correct.
I want to go through the next allegation that was kind of called in that started this, was that you had dispensed expired product that was no longer on the market, and I believe it's the antipyrine benzocaine otic solution that had an expiration date of 3/17, and so this would have been happened obviously in 2021. So will you tell the board what you understand about that situation?
I got a call from the physician that indicated that they wanted analgesic for the patient, topical. He was already on hydrocodone. He couldn't take acetaminophen because of the overload. He had a stomach problem. He couldn't take any non-steroidals. He just lost his wife, and they said to get him something for ear. Well, I initially attempted to do a compound with benzocaine, but I'd ordered that earlier just I couldn't get any benzocaine. When it came in, it was not for human consumption.
And that's what the benzocaine Dr. Fain talked about earlier, that it was
Right.
from this lab in
Right.
California or something.
Right.
Okay.
So I grabbed the benzocaine with antipyrine, and that's what I dispensed. And I didn't, at the time, I didn't notice it was out of date.
So you didn't dispense the benzocaine that Dr. Fain had concerns with. You didn't compound anything
No,
with that.
no.
You had known before that that was something that you couldn't use.
Right.
Why would you not throw away the things that were on the shelf that you weren't going to use or had expired?
If we could not return to a reverse distributor to keep from pouring it down the drain, we'd set it aside. That doesn't mean we use it. It may not be good policy, but it was not our procedure to use it, the products.
So, and then the next bullet point, I guess, is that your current permits were not posted. They said that's a repeat violation, and you needed an updated employee roster. Will you tell the board about that?
Well, they were posted. They might not have been where they wanted them posted, but they were posted conspicuous, where you could see them easily. And Rusty told us to do that and use a metal magnet to hold it on there. So that's what we were doing. And if we had any additional things, because we had to fax continuously to different people and regulatory agency for the documentation, we had them in a folder. So they were right where you could see them.
And there was one concern about your daughter's CPR certification, but did she actually had taken the class and had passed the class?
She had taken the class, and for some reason the teacher could not get it digitally transmitted.
Was that the whole class or just James?
That's the whole class. And they told them, if you have any problem to let us know, and we will document it. So whenever the teacher got back, we got it documented. But in the meantime, another course has been taken just for backup. So we've got documented twice.
Okay. And then the next one is failure to sign the controlled substance invoices. And I saw some CSOS documents in the file that Dr. Fain had collected, but are those the invoices that you actually sign, or can you tell the board how that works in your firms?
Well, the CSOS comes, you access it to the computer from your wholesaler, which is McKesson's our wholesaler. We access those things. The CSOS are not the ones you sign. The ones you sign are what comes with the medication daily.
The hard copy.
The hard copy, right.
Now, you weren't there when Dr. Fain came the first time, correct?
Correct.
And the staff that was there was unable to locate the C3 and C4 inventory more recent than 2012, and had the C2 inventory from October of 2019. Did you actually have your inventory up to date, and were you able to provide that once you got there?
That was provided and faxed to them, and I think it's indicated her return that she received it. So that's what I was going by.
Now, talk about the Schedule 2 controlled substances being in a centralized location instead of dispersed throughout the other stock or in a locked box. Kind of give the board the background on that.
Well, years ago, somebody came in and asked me to price the prescription. I reached up on the upper shelf and picked off the controlled substance. That night, he came back and surgically removed the lock out of the door. And you know what was gone? The ones we set up there inside. So Rusty knew what we were going through and knew we had it dispersed, not exactly all over, but they were hidden. When I built the store, we built at the counter way up where they couldn't see in there. So they couldn't locate them. When they come in there at night, they've got a certain amount of time to get in there and out to get that medication. And that's what we're trying to keep them from finding it, keep them from seeing it. So we've corrected that, and
You had it on a lower shelf and a higher counter build so that people patients or customers couldn't see your controlled substance.
For instance, when we were broken in the most recent time, all they got was the promethazine DM, and they could get it because they could walk up to the window where it wasn't high and look over there on the corner and see that. And when they came in there, the camera had them going straight to that because they had it cased.
But you understand that Dr. Fane was telling you the correct law, and you've gone and dispersed it throughout.
We've dispersed it appropriately, but that's the reason we didn't do it. We weren't trying to fight the law.
Okay. Now, I think we've already talked about dispensing the expired compounded product. You actually didn't dispense the benzocaine. You said you got the antipyrine, that product.
Correct.
And so there was no dispensing of an expired product, but the OTC or the prescription product that was manufactured, commercially manufactured bottle that you put the label on, that did slip by you and it was expired.
That's right.
Okay. And then there's some question about your compounding documentation as being inadequate. And was there a problem with initially finding the documentation when you weren't there?
Apparently, the first time she couldn't find the log, and nobody was there to give it to her. And I had a log, and yes, so we had one that. We don't do that much compounding, but for what it's worth.
And you're making measures, taking measures to keep the log better, keep it legal.
Right. We reviewed it and we're trying to keep it with expiration dates on there and lot numbers.
It said the nightly log had not been regularly signed by all pharmacists, but I believe they said that you had signed it on a regular basis. So can you tell me, let me ask you about the expired drugs. Tell the board what you've done to be sure that your active stock is free of expired medications, and then Dr. Fane came back and still found some. Explain that to the board.
Well, I'd ask the technicians to go through there and pull everything up to September. And I don't know if they pulled these 4 items and stuck them back on the shelf or left them out, but all the prescriptions had been gone through with nothing up to September. That was in June, so we had to there shouldn't have been anything, and that was administrative error or whatever. We had made attempted to correct it. Now we have since gone in there with labels with a bright sticker and put on there if it's 6/22 or whatever the date is, so you can see it and know to use that first. And
for things that are coming up on expiration,
shorter dates, right?
And you've sent the board a written policy that states that you're going to have the techs go through the inventory on a regular basis.
We're having the techs. McKesson's used to come through and check all the stuff out front. And the COVID, they did not come. So we had fallen down, and so we instituted a procedure where a different tech will check a certain area, and the next time another check. So the same person will, if they miss one, the other tech will get it.
Going back to the nightly log, you had signed that, but it kind of leads me into the question Dr. Fane had about the number of hours you're working. The store's open 49.5 hours a week. You have to be there at least half the time as the pharmacist in charge. Can you tell the board your schedule on your routine schedule?
Well, routinely, I'll work regular 2 days a week. I come in Monday morning, and it's not on my schedule because I stay till they have lunch, and then I'm in and out throughout the next two or 3 days. And I may not work entirely in the pharmacy, but there's a certain amount of paperwork and overseeing work needs to be done, and that's what I've tried to do.
What do you think of the number of hours that you're actually at the pharmacist when it's open?
I think I'd be there not counting the coming early or staying late or call back, I think 28 to 30 hours.
And as far as the compounding medicines not having the expiration date or their beyond use date, you said you compound very little. Is that a fair statement?
That's very accurate.
What do you usually compound?
The most usual thing is omeprazole suspension made up with just stock omeprazole. But occasionally I have, that's for smaller children. But occasionally I'll have some salicylic acid preparation. That's 6%. We make up, and it's no secret. No, it's just a service we've done.
But have you made measures to put your logs in better shape, and then put the expiration dates in the places they need to be, and the beyond use date, and educate yourself about those?
Yeah, we have made it. We're going to check it regularly, monthly, to make sure these are not expired. Now, sometimes we had some of the stuff built back. We didn't have a place to go with it. I didn't, rather than throw it down the trash. There's bottles, like you said, sitting up there 2 years ago. There's no use for it. But we didn't have a place to go with it. Now, we started this med waste program just shortly ago, and we had something that builds up. We got a place to go with it. But
is that from the COVID program that you had? You had the med waste come in as part of that,
right? We started that this year or later, and then we expanded it again.
Now, Dr. Fain went through quite a few prescriptions that had errors on them, incomplete directions, refills left off, things you heard her testify. Can you tell the board about that?
Well, needless to say, I'm embarrassed by it. Many of them are do not take it after 6 o'clock, or do not take 2 hours before bedtime. And as I counsel the patient, I ask him, I said, I know this is new to me. Is it new to you? He said, oh, we know what we're supposed to be doing that all the time. I said, well, they've got a reason, either to make you too sleepy, drowsy, or you take another medication, you're going to get an additive effect. So that looks bad, but I feel like we've taken an extra step to tell them. But to the person that I talked to, it told me, said, yeah, we know it. We know we're supposed to do that. So now one thing she brought up here was said fill 6 days too early. Our computer generates a prescription with a number on there. It says do not fill before whatever it says. I sign those every time, and they're not always dispensed. But when it does come time to dispense them, when you a prescription that's on hold and ready to fill, you hit that thing, it generates another number. Now, I'm going to say that's what happened on the 6 day too early prescription. It really wasn't 6 days. When you check that prescription that's been generated, it would be correct.
Now, Dr. Fain said when she came by, and I'm reading her report with Inspector Brendan Holland on July the 29th, it says, Dr. Darling stated he had corrected the previous deficiency, so she began to conduct a follow-up inspection. It says they had corrected some of the deficiencies from June 22, 21. Current permits were posted. They were signing controlled substance invoices. Schedule 2 prescriptions were stored separately from all other prescriptions. C2 medications were interspersed amongst the other prescription drugs. A C3 and C5 controlled substance inventory was taken on June 23rd, 2021. Expired APIs were no longer in active compounding stock. and there were misbranded medications observed. Now, so tell us about that. She came back to inspect, and you had been able to do some corrections in the time that she gave you, but there were still some problems when she came back. And what is your recall on that?
We had pulled all the out-of-date medication. The techs evidently missed some of them, but there were 4 bottles that were labeled. We couldn't sell them. We had them sit. We couldn't send them back. They were sitting in there waiting to be returned, or you couldn't to have med waste picked them up. That's exactly what they were for. So that in essence is a shot in the back.
So I mean, it was there, but have you corrected that now?
They've gone to med waste. Yeah, we don't have any of those around.
Okay. And you've got a written policy on how that's going to be kept current as we
Correct.
go forward. And you've got a written policy on patients wanting particular colors or types of
right.
medication.
We've got text to read it, and they're aware of that.
Is there anything else that you want to tell the board? We'll let Dr. Martin speak for herself.
There's a couple of these that possibly feel that have been voided and prescription was entered correctly, the brands or the medication used. Zyrtec's one, and Vascepta, that's one of them that comes up. So it's bad, and I'm embarrassed by what's going on, what went on, but since we lost 2 techs, we were extremely short-handed. But we have better staff now. We've got experienced techs that are conscientious and are taking care of our people. And I think we're handling the whole situation a lot better than what we did previously. I'm just embarrassed what that way we did. I think we're doing better, and we'll do better. But
and are you willing to have the board? I guess they could do it if they wanted to anyway. But are you willing to have them come more frequently and do, instead of once a year, just start randomly showing up and doing spot inspections when they feel like it?
Yeah, definitely. I would be, yes, sir, if it will help the correct problems before they happen.
Thank you. Pass the witness, Luke.
I've got a few questions, Dr. Newsom.
Yep.
And I'm looking back, you talk about how, y'all got behind this year and had been, you'd had some people leave, but some of these issues, especially with your compounding, some of these issues go back to 2014. I mean, you have out-of-date products in 2014, you have out-of-date products in 2015. Compounding logbook is incomplete. I mean, so why has it taken 5, 6, 7 years to, when this has been brought to your attention multiple times, why has it taken 7 years to start correcting these issues?
Well, I've worked on them continuously. The out of dates, I don't have any active ingredients out of date. These were all propylene glycol or something you didn't even use. And in fact, I do so much less compounding now. But I think we've got rid of all that stuff that we had sitting around. I had compound tincture benzoin. I just collected that bottle just because it's Lily's bottle, glass bottle. I've had it, there's no use for it. The only use I ever knew was cowboys put it on ropes to hold on to make it sticky. But
yeah, but I mean, you said you've been working on this, but how long would it take? I mean, it would take what? A few minutes to go through and get all your compounded products out of the pharmacy? I mean, it's been going on 7 years. I guess I'm just wondering, I had it cleaned up, but it's some of those things that were there had just accumulated because it didn't have a place to go with it now. So what do you mean by that? You don't have a place to go with it?
To dispose of them.
You don't have a reverse distributor? Do you not have a reverse distributor?
Reverse distributor, I've got one now. I've got one now, but I didn't have.
So what did you do with all of your old products? You just left them sitting there for years?
No, I just had to throw them away.
And you stated, so what about the compounding logs? I mean, how come it takes that long? And you said you don't do a lot of compounding. I mean, and I understand that, but why is it taking years to start writing, I mean, BUDs on there, start writing the correct BUDs, to start writing expiration dates? Or, I mean, there were months that the compounding logs, there were no compounding logs. So I guess, I mean, this has been brought to your attention before too. So I guess I'm just curious is again, why is it taking so long for these compounding log issues and for the pharmacist logbook? I mean, pharmacist logbook goes back to 14, 15,
Pharmacist
17.
logbook, we didn't find it for 6 days. Now that's a short period of time.
I'm sorry, I didn't, what's a short period of time?
They said we were only 5 or 6 days behind signing the pharmacy logbook.
But it's been a problem since it goes back to 2015, logbook incomplete, a pharmacist logbook incomplete. 2017, daily logbook needs attention. 2019, I mean, it's been going on for years and years. So why is it taking, I mean, signing the logbook and the pharmacist logbook is not that time consuming of a job. So I guess why is it taking I mean, a lot of these been going on for years and years and years and years. And I guess I'm just asking you, like, why is it taking until 2021 on this inspection to get you to start correcting these problems?
Well, I try to sign it every day.
So, but as the owner, are you not telling your employees to do that? As the pick?
Pardon?
As the pick and the owner, are you not having your employees do that?
I'll try. Yes, sir. But evidently we were behind 5 days or whatever it was. So
I don't have anything further. I've got some questions for Dr. Martin, but Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it over to you if the board has any questions for Dr. Darling.
Board members, any questions for Dr. Darling? Dr. Kraus?
Is in your pharmacy, of course, I know you've got, the front end and then the pharmacy side. Are there any doors that are locked or lockable as far as being able to go from the front of the pharmacy into the pharmacy where the drugs are kept? Does that make sense?
Is it lockable?
Yeah, in other words, if you're out front in the pharmacy and you want to go around back, to go into the pharmacy area, are there doors or anything that are lockable that you have to go through? There are?
Yes, sir.
Would that suffice as two locks, double lock for controlled substances?
The two lock issue is actually a hospital rule issue, not a pharmacy board necessarily issue. When I believe that what we were looking at, where Dr. Fain was looking at, when you have all of the Schedule II drugs in one spot, the DEA doesn't allow that. They either have to be interspersed or behind like a separable lock area, like a lock cabinet. So since it has humans roaming around in it, that generally would not be what they are talking about.
No, I could lock it, but I've got them dispersed throughout the stock, and we've did that immediately. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, I think you've changed it from the picture. It used to be basically all in one spot, and now you've got it further interspersed.
Right. Yeah.
So he's done corrective action on that already, Dr. Kraus.
Right.
Okay, any other comments? Can we break for about 5-10 minutes? So
Sure.
everybody have a comfort break?
How about 5?
5 will do.
Luke, can you hear me? I just moved it to my phone. I've got to be.
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear
Okay,
you.
good deal.
Yeah.
Great.
We got you.
Thank you.
We have everybody back.
Yeah, I was just ask that.
Dr. Newsom, when we start back, if nobody has any more questions for Dr. Darling, I'd like to hear from Dr. Martin.
Okay, that'd be great. Is everybody ready to go? Dr. Jolly? There you are.
And Dr.
I'm here.
Kraus is on his phone, but we still got him.
Okay.
Does anybody, any board members have any further questions for Dr. Darling before we move on? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. Okay. Dr. Martin, if you would, you're just kind of, you were asked to come in today to address these prescription errors, and I'll have some questions for you in a minute, but will you just kind of tell us what was going on during this time and maybe are you still working there?
No, sir.
You're not? Okay. How long were you there?
I was there from middle of November of 2020, and my last day was July 12th of this year.
Okay. So about 8 months, 7 months, somewhere in there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what was going on during this time? I guess just kind of address those prescription errors, I guess, and kind of what led to them. Was it busy? Was it, just kind of address those issues?
It was, I know there's absolutely no excuse. It's horrifying and it's embarrassing. It was an extremely stressful work environment. There were a couple technicians working with me. And then I had noticed some issues, and we were trying to work to correct things. And January came and COVID vaccinations, and everything shifted focus, and it was suddenly vaccinate. And the amount of prescriptions didn't stop. And it was, the same amount of prescriptions a day, no one helping with vaccinations. And so administering 50 to 60 vaccinations a day on top of that. I mean, it was a lot. And then I found out the 2 technicians that were employed there had walked out one day when I was not present. And I came back to work the next day with a cashier and then a new technician was hired who was not a technician yet, but she had previous pharmacy experience because she had worked in Missouri as a technician there. she came in, and it was just continuous, shorthandedness, new hires that were fresh out of high school that had zero experience, zero training, no pharmacy knowledge at all. And honestly, the technicians input every prescription. They would stack up, I would go out, I would give shots, I would come back, I would verify as fast as I could because the line would be wrapped around the building. And it's no excuse, and it's terrible. And I tried to write it out, and I realized I could not, and it was not going to get better. And so I turned in my notice, and without even having another job in place, which is something I have never done. I quit without having another job. And as a single parent, that is terrifying, but I knew I couldn't stay any further. Thankfully, since I have started working at Walmart Pharmacy, I have taken a lot of measures. They have a lot of practices in place to help for accountability. There's a check at the beginning when the prescription is entered. A pharmacist looks at that. It is filled, the bottle is scanned to make sure it's the correct NDC, and then a pharmacist again checks it at the 4-point. It's visualized, it's a picture of the pill is on the screen. You open the bottle, you examine the bottle, you make sure the correct thing has the correct label, correct medication, and it's dispensed. Whenever I take phoned in prescriptions, I document everything, who I talked to, the time, the date, address, phone number, doctor's phone number, DEA number if it's controlled, their address if it's controlled, as much information as I can. As far as prescriptions that were dispensed for different drugs, that amoxicillin that's on the screen, I had been asked about that previously, and I had assumed it was from an emergency room prescription that had been dispensed where a patient did have an amoxicillin prescription but had a penicillin allergy, and I had called and the doctor had changed it to a Z-Pak. This prescription, I don't even know whose writing that is. I know it's got my name on the label, so I have to, whoever dispensed it, whoever filled it, I have to take accountability because it's under my name, but that's not my writing, and that's not Jimmy's writing either, though. I don't know who took that phoned in prescription.
During this time, during this time, were you working by yourself? Like, what was the staffing going on? Like, when y'all started doing vaccinations and you're filling prescriptions, like, what was the staffing like?
2 technicians and me.
Okay, so when did Dr. Darling come in?
I'm sorry, it cut out.
When did Dr. Darling, like, what was he working during this time?
He was working a couple days a week, every other Saturday. I had originally started out working 3 to 4 days a week, and I cut back to just 2 days a week. Occasionally I would work 3 days because I just couldn't. It got to a point where I was having panic attacks at work. I was just breaking down in tears. I was crying every night. I was like physically sick. And so I started working less and less and less.
Just because of the stress and workload?
Yes.
So what were you, and I know this is just a guess, and if you don't remember, that's fine, but about how many prescriptions were y'all filling a day during that time?
Over
do you have any
200.
idea?
I want to say between 200 to 300.
Okay, and you were doing 50 or 60 vaccinations?
At the beginning, there were days where I counted 80.
Okay, and were you there with the incident with the lady in the drive-through with the yellow and white hydrocodone pills?
No, sir.
You there that day? Okay. And what about the sign-in, the pharmacist sign-in law? What was the issue there? Why weren't other people signing it?
Yes, sir. And at first, I didn't even know where the pharmacist log was to sign in. I had not been instructed to sign it. At my previous job, I knew I had signed one every day. At my current job, I sign one every single time I work. And when Dr. Fain had come and done her inspection and we discussed that, I immediately that evening after she left, I pulled up my clock-in records from the computer to see every shift I had worked since the beginning. And I wrote in my signature and my times that I was present in the pharmacy. And then from that day forward until the day I left, I filled in my information.
Okay, so you didn't even know there was a log, or that you were supposed to be signing something while you worked there?
Correct. And when I did find it, I saw that Dr. Darling had already signed it for all those days and there wasn't another signature spot or anything in place. So I just assumed that was adequate. That was my own ignorance and failure to realize I needed to be signing it as well, no matter what.
And I know there was a lot of, I believe he talked earlier about there was a lot of people had left, I guess, during that time. So what was it just, what made everybody leave? Was it kind of the same thing with you, stress and workload? Or do you even know? I mean, if you don't know why they left, that's fine. I was just.
I don't know the details entirely because I wasn't present, but I do know the two technicians that left. There was a lot of headbutting and disagreement between them and his daughter, the pharmacy manager, Jamie Darling. But I can't speak for what exactly led to their walking out and leaving because I wasn't present for it.
Okay, that's fine. And she was speaking of his daughter, she was a technician, but she was also the pharmacy manager.
Yes, and runs the gift shop next door.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Martin. I have no further questions if anybody else does.
Will any board members have any questions? Dr. Martin? Thank you.
And I'd like to give Darren a chance if he has any questions.
No, I don't have any. Thank you, Luke.
Thanks. I have no further questions for either person. Thank you, Dr. Newsom.
Okay, thank you. So what is the will of the board members?
And it's kind of, before y'all start, it's kind of a two-sided. You've got Dr. Martin's just here over those errors, those specific errors that she made. And then you have Dr. Darling and the pharmacy over his errors and all those inspection issues. So she's not really involved. She's not really involved in Eve. I mean, we brought him in as the pick and as the owner for those inspection issues, even though she was a pharmacist there that day. I mean, she was a part-time pharmacist. She just happened to be there when the inspection came. So she is just, as far as staff's concerned, she's just responsible for those errors that were hers. And then the inspection and the rest of the errors are on Dr. Darling. I just wanted to state that before y'all discuss. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Mack.
I guess I will ask Dr. Martin. So you hear the multitude of things that Dr. Fain found. So you know there was a lot of opportunities and issues. And I remember, I realize it's really stressful for you, but I mean, were you seeing all these things that were wrong? Were you ever bringing it to his attention? What do you have to say about those errors?
Yes, I had asked one day I avoided the compounding room because it scared me because I just didn't participate in that. And I saw the jug that was in the picture of the compounding syrup, and I asked about it because I saw the date on it. And Jamie Darling had told me that that's just an old label. He had compounded it recently and it was in date and not expired. That was just an old label on there and I didn't need to worry. One day we were cleaning up and organizing, trying to make the pharmacy less cluttered. And a technician had found several boxes of magnesium citrate in the back that had expired several years prior, and asked what to do. And I said, well, we need to dispose of them. We can't sell them. And one of the other technicians said, you can't get rid of them. And I said, why not? And they said, because Dr. Darling removes the expiration dates with alcohol and sells them. And I just didn't believe it. And they walked me out front and we looked on the shelf and there were mag citrate bottles that had no dates on them, where they had been rubbed off or something. They were not visible. So I immediately pulled them. I had to start checking the shelves. We found several expired products on the shelves. I ordered from a company called The Organized Pharmacist, which they have some really bright neon colored expiration date labels that mark the month and the year for the expiration. I purchased those myself and brought them in with me for us to start marking medications that would be expiring soon. So that way they would be more easily noticed and recognized. I was told by the staff at that time that after I had been there that day and we had pulled all of these, that they were told not to return them to whoever they returned their expired products to, that they wanted to look through them first. And it was just a continuous problem of expired drugs getting back on the shelf and back on the shelf. How they got back on the shelf, I don't know, but we were checking every month and sure enough, we'd find more expired products.
What do you think about the prescription errors? Were the techs, I mean, were y'all not checking the text. That's a lot of, between you two, that's a whole lot of prescription errors for any one pharmacy.
It is absolutely. And that was the problem. The technicians who are poorly trained or inadequately trained on a new software system that nobody is familiar, that nobody has been trained on properly, and they are doing everything. They're doing the inputting, they're doing the entering. The only thing the pharmacist is doing is the final check, laying eyes on it. And you've got a line out the window that's wrapped around the building, and you're being told, get these people out, Chick-fil-A style. Like literally, that was the phrase used to me. Have someone go out there and wait on these other cars. You've got to get these people out. It was treated like a fast food place rather than a pharmacy. Not by Dr. Darling, but by his daughter.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
And did I understand?
I'm
Did I
having allergy problems, so I'm popping in and out. But go ahead, Dr. Mack.
Did I understand correctly? Dr. Darling's daughter is a technician, but she's managing the pharmacy?
Yes, she was very rarely ever actually in the pharmacy doing technician duties. She mainly talked with patients, fielded phone calls, and oversaw the workings of the pharmacy.
Okay, any other questions by board members of Dr. Martin? Okay, do you have questions for Dr. Darling? So let's start with you, Dr. Richard. What is your thinking?
I'm a bit overwhelmed, to be frank. And I actually think that this might be better heard by the entire board.
Dr. Jolly.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing, Dr. Newsom. I think for Dr. Martin, maybe we could go ahead and discuss some type of investigative costs and 3 hours of CE, but as far as the license holder, the PIC, there's a lot here that for me points to perhaps a bigger discussion on how we want to handle this, potentially from a disciplinary standpoint, because we got some repeat behavior here that's occurred over the course of several inspections. And, to me, that shows that there hasn't been a good faith effort to resolve recurring issues. And that's a serious issue that, like I said, we may need to discuss at a full board meeting.
Okay. Dr. Kraus, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your thinking, sir?
Well, I think that we've got a situation where we've got another pharmacy with out of dates that seem to have been sold or dispensed, and we've got some usual errors here that I'd like to know, kind of what my companions on the board think, but I think that are we wanting to handle this on a incident by incident, or are we wanting to handle this as a whole, as far as disciplinary or what we do as far as corrective action for this? I think that I think that these are unfortunately disciplinary offenses, and I think that You know, I think he's trying to get them corrected. I think he's, you know, kind of has been brought up to speed on, you know, what the State Board of Pharmacy in Arkansas expects now from the management of the pharmacy. I think that, you know, even though the daughter is the manager of the store, you know, I think in the end, it's the pharmacist or the owner you know, the pick or the owner that's, you know, ultimately responsible. And, you know, I would like to see us come to some, you know, if we could come to some form of resolution tonight or today. You know, I think that we've got clear-cut infractions, and we probably need to know or have an idea or come up with an idea of exactly how we want to do this. I don't know if taking it to the full board would change anything other than add more votes. So I would, you know, I would be for, you know, I don't know of any. I think the potential for harm is there. I don't know of any harm that was done, but I do know that the potential is clearly there. And, you know, probably if we could come up with a fine and some, you know, instructive CE that would help them going forward. You know, correct these for the future. Forgive me, I'm looking at somebody that's trying to pass too soon or too late. But anyway, I would be for, you know, if we could come up with a resolution today, you know, with something that we could agree on, if there is, I'd be for it. That's all, really.
Okay. Thank you very much for your opinion. Dr. Mack.
Yes, I would agree we should attempt to get to a resolution for a couple reasons. One is the errors alarm me, and I think we need to stop it, fix it, not wait till February. I guess that's our next meeting, isn't it? So, I mean, I think we should attempt, if we could, do something about it today. I think it is discipline because we have seen it over the years. I mean, even back in the day. And then it just appears that it was just not managed whatsoever. And that's a requirement of, you know, the owner and the pick. And so I feel like there's a lot of opportunity. I'm not real sure, and Dr. Richmond could explain a reason it might be better to have more people, but this is 4 and potentially 5 board members. So I feel like we have enough people here to make a decision.
Okay.
I mean, they also have the right to come to a full board meeting if they don't want to take whatever the recommendation is. So if you make the recommendation, then, you know, they still have that option. So that being said, just wanted to throw that out there.
Madam President.
Yes, go ahead.
Just to kind of get the ball rolling here, may I suggest that we have a $2,500 fine of investigative costs. Consider a $2,500 fine for the errors and out-of-date drugs, and then maybe taking the law exam or some CE based on what the others on the board recommend.
Excuse me, I have to close the door. Okay, so what are the other board members thinking on those terms? Dr. Richmond? I'm gonna call names.
I don't think it gets at the core of the problem. I think it levies a fine, let them do a little bit of CE and move on. It sounds to me, I mean, when you're putting expired product that's been taken off the shelf, putting back on the shelf, and that's just an example. To me, that sounds like wanton disregard for what you're doing. That's not just simple mistakes. That is willfully selling product that is by definition not fit to be sold. So I don't know that accomplishes anything. That's my opinion.
Yeah, but you're right. That's a willful violation. Dr. Jolly?
Well, again, I'm based on previous comments that Luke made. I think Dr. Martin is still here over the prescription error part of it. And, I'd be willing to, look at maybe a $250 investigative cost and 3 hours of CE around med errors, just as a separate potential resolution. I understand the working conditions and, all of that, but at the end of the day, she was still responsible for making sure those prescriptions were accurate, but that would be non-disciplinary. Luke, you unmuted. So do you have some feedback on that?
No, I had just unmuted. And
I did want to ask you a question though.
Yeah.
Do we have any recent decisions though, as far as the PIC, the license holder is concerned? Do we have any recent decisions or past history as far as what the fine structure has looked like?
I mean, it's looked anywhere from a few $1,000s up to 40 or 50,000. If I remember some of the past, I mean, we've had some, we had one that even went up to close to 100,000, but I mean, some of the more egregious ones, which I would almost think this fits into outside of Dr. Martin. I'm talking about the facility itself. I believe that, this would be one of the more egregious. To me, this is not even comparable to the last one. But, that being said, I believe staff believes there should be some type of disciplinary action against the pharmacist itself. Personally, Dr. McCready and Dr. Kirtley can chime in too if they want to. I have no issue with Dr. Martin having an investigative non-disciplinary resolution. Don't believe she wasn't the issue here. Yes, she made some errors, and yes, she has to bear the consequences of that, but she was not the issue in how this pharmacy was run, and the medication going back on the shelf and all of the other issues.
Yeah, you guys have levied CE penalties of anywhere from 3 to 10 hours, depending on how severe you thought the medication errors were. I always like Dr. Richmond says that it needs to be meaningful and impactful for long-term, change for the pharmacist. When the board has seen a situation where you might say the pharmacist was, set up to fail, or in a situation where you have a bunch of turnover, so you don't have the help that you need, or if there's a staffing issue, then oftentimes the board looks separately at the store versus the staff pharmacist. So that's, I think, where you've gotten into the past with penalties and fees. And we've seen, very minor issues where it's $2,500. We've seen $10,000, and we've seen up to, $75,000 being offered, but that was multiple stores in that instance. Luke, tell me if I'm thinking wrong. I think the most we've seen on a single store thus far is like 25 for med errors and such. Maybe
yeah, well,
50.
and we've had some compounding issues.
That compound was higher.
40 or 50,000, and even the one where they were. Remember the place that was coming out of California? I don't remember how much they paid, but it was about 75,000. But yeah, you kind of got a combination here. It all started with, literally employee complaints like this is happening. And
Yeah,
so
this-
it just kind of.
Yeah, this wasn't just something at random found on an inspection, which is different for us. Like the last one was just a walk in on inspection and find stuff. So it is a little bit different. I know Dr. Fain's got a good bit of time in this one as well. She'd have to tell us the number of hours, but I know it's significant.
Yeah, I mean, and if this went to a hearing, I mean, you're looking at up to $1,000 of violation. And I mean, just the errors alone are 100 and something. So, I mean, and then you've got log books, you've got so much stuff here that it's, I mean, so just in errors alone, I mean, you're looking at, what you could give. So, yeah. And I mean, her time, like I said, I mean, we don't really have to have an accounting, I mean, at an informal, but it's a lot of hours.
I mean, Dr. Fain, what, 100 hours plus?
I was gonna go with 80 hours, yeah. So a good 2 weeks between going up there, prepping and writing reports.
I mean, that's around the, $6,000 range. If you looked at, $75 an hour, and I just roughly did the math in my head, so don't quote me on 6,000, but that's about where it would be ish.
Okay, I've got a suggestion before we go on. Let's go ahead and take care of the matter of Dr. Martin, since I think we have, kind of concrete idea of where we want to go with her, so she can be excused as we go ahead and complete the work on this.
Dr. Jolly, did you want to make that motion from what you said earlier?
Yeah, do you need me to repeat it or do you have it?
If you don't mind, go ahead.
So my recommendation was a $250 investigative cost charge, non-disciplinary with 3 hours of continuing education on medication errors.
And that's going to be in addition to the 30 hours for this year. Of course, she will have 60 days to get it complete.
Yes.
But yeah, she'll have to do 3 this year.
Okay, Dr. Mack, go ahead.
I was just going to say to Dr. Jolly, because there were so many errors, even on her, I mean, I don't remember the exact number. Dr. Fain could tell us. I just wonder if it should be like a $500 investigative cost, just because $250 to me is like, I did one little thing wrong and I'm sorry. But I mean, we do need to make a statement to her that patient safety is the most important thing. And I mean, I'm glad she did finally walk out, but she made a lot of errors and potential harm before she did.
Yeah, that's fine, Dr. Mack. I appreciate that feedback. I was going back to our case from earlier today, but that involved one, and there were, I don't remember how many there were. It was
43.
not over 100. It was,
I mean, it was a lot.
How many?
She had 43.
43. Yeah. So I would be okay with modifying that to that motion to $500 for investigative.
All right, sir. And Dr. Richmond, you had your hand up.
Well, and Dr. Kirtley beat me to it, but in talking about the continuing education, when we look at some of the prior cases we've dealt with, a number of areas for pharmacists, the hours of CE that we've required have been more. I would go more on the order of 8 to 10 hours of continuing education on medication errors alone, over and above the 30 hours required for renewal.
Okay, so what number you want to go with?
10. Let's go with 10.
I would too. I agree.
Okay.
Dr.
Right.
Jolly, will you amend you're okay amending your motion to 10 hours?
Yes.
So I've got $500 investigative costs as non-disciplinary, 10 hours of CE on medication errors. And this would be in addition to the 30 that's already required for license renewal.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion of that motion? All in favor signify.
I'll second it. Do we have a second?
Oh,
okay.
Thank you. Got a second. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
Dr. Martin, what they've done today is they've offered you a $500 Investigative cost is non-disciplinary. It's not recorded anywhere. It doesn't go in your license as disciplinary action. We don't send it anywhere. It just is just an in-house investigative cost. And with 10 hours of CE on medication errors. You don't have to accept that today. You have time. I'll send you a letter that'll have all this in it, and you can either agree to this, or you can, if you want to, you have the right to come to a full board hearing and have this matter resolved in. But you'll have time. Like I said, that letter will give you 30 days, and we'll give you 60 days to get, you still have, you have the 30 hours due at the end of this year for license renewal. This is on addition to that, but we'll give you time after the first of the year, to get that done. So you don't have to have it done immediately. But so, like I said, you'll get that letter in the mail, and you can just let us know how you want to proceed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I did just want to say I accept that, and that's fine with me. Just go ahead and send that. And I just wanted to say thank you all for your time, and I am deeply sorry, and I know that doesn't excuse it. And no matter what, my name is on it, and I have to own up to my mistakes. And I know the gravity and the severity of the situation. And I really would like you to, it was a really bad situation. And I know that doesn't excuse it, but my past work history and my current work history, I think I will show, or I can show. But anyway, I thank you for your time, and I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Martin.
Thank you. And she's dismissed.
And you're dismissed, Dr. Martin. You're more than welcome to stay and watch the other resolution, but you don't have to.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Back to the matter of Dr. Darling.
Dr. Newsom.
Dr. McCready.
I was just going to add that, they were talking about previous cases and things we've done in the past, but I think it's important to remember that, as somebody else mentioned earlier, this is willful. When you take alcohol to take an expiration date off of something, or you put a label on something and say you compounded it when you haven't, those are willful violations, and I think the board really needs to take those into consideration.
Yeah, for me, that takes everything to a different degree with this willful stuff. A pharmacist, a professional, pulls an item because it's out of date, and then you can go back out there and put it back out. So that was undermining a pharmacist that was there to help you, and I do not like that at all.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Yes, sir.
How many total prescription errors did we have? Was it 120 something, or am I calculating? I wrote down.
I've got it right here. It was 108.
108.
108, and that was out of 653 prescriptions. She just got the hard copies, so that's not counting electronic, or anything else. So that was 653 hard copy prescriptions, 108 with an accuracy rate of 16.5%. And he personally had 59 of them. So he had more than half of them.
Okay. The store had 108, and then he had 59.
Correct.
And Luke, if this was in the form of an order consent order, how many violations do you know how many violations of regulatory or statutory violations we would have total?
You've got 108 just in the prescription. And then you've got all this time, you've got months with no compounding logs, but you've got, no compounding logs for a cough syrup, yet 7 were dispensed. You've got no compounding logs for another product, yet 7 were yet 7 were dispensed. You've got all those days that other pharmacists were working that the logbook wasn't signed. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of violations. When it gets to the actual law, there's probably, 7 or 8, shows like 15 different regulations or statutes violated. But, some of those statutes were violated over and over and over. So, every time, the logbook wasn't signed, that's a violation, every era. So, you're looking at hundreds and hundreds of actually specific individual violations.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments? Dr. Mack?
So because it's informal, not formal, we wouldn't possibly, we wouldn't charge per incident. We could, but we typically don't until we get to a full board hearing. I think the investigative cost needs to be 6,000 because we already know that much was spent on it. And then, the next part is we can't charge somebody $2,500 with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of things. And I do think probably in this case, taking the law exam would be extremely valuable, but I think there has to be a substantial fine also because it's going to be disciplinary. So, I mean, I would say the 6,000 plus like a $7,500 fine plus take the law exam, but everybody can weigh into that and alter it how we need.
That's a good
Would you
start.
repeat that, Debbie?
Well, I was thinking 6,000 for investigative costs, 7,500 as a fine, which would be reportable and, to the database, and then retake the law exam.
And would you want to split the fine and investigative costs between him personally and the store? Or how would you want to? You have him and the store. He's here as the pick and the store itself is here. So I didn't know if you wanted to do that or if you just wanted to put it all on one or the other.
I think it needs to be on both because for several reasons, but
The amount's not going to change. I mean,
right. So we could just split it between them.
Yeah, you're not suggesting doubling it for the two. You're
No.
splitting.
Oh, no, I'm just saying just to split it. If you want, if you want action on each license,
Yes,
there'll have
I
to
did.
be something, yeah.
Okay, do I have any input from other board members on this motion? Dr. Kraus?
I think Debbie's is good. I mean, I don't have any problems with it.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Jolly, you're next in line there.
So the total fine would be $6,000.
No, it would be a $7,500 fine and 6,000 investigative costs for a total of 13,500.
Okay. And retake the law exam.
Yes.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Dr. Richmond?
No continuing education?
Well, part of it's retaking the law exam, so I don't know if she just replaced that with.
I don't have any additional comments.
Okay, so is everyone good with that? And Dr.
Krause's hand up, but we might have lost him.
Oh, okay, yeah. Dr.
No,
Kraus, are
there he
you,
is.
okay, you got any other comments?
You're muted, Dr. Krause, if you were talking.
I'm having it's a timing issue with the mute button. Only other thing that I was going to say is will the law exam help with the BUDs? That's the only other question I have. Should we request anything specifically for beyond use states, or would the law exam, in y'all's opinion, handle this?
Is that where a possibly a compounding CE would come into play?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Mack, thank you.
So after Dr. Richmond said this, it made me think possibly, I mean, we gave 10 hours CE for the other, so I think we ought to add the 10 hours of CE. Now, I understand you have to study a lot for the law exam, but that ain't gonna help him be more accurate, and accuracy is extremely important right here. So I would suggest we go ahead and add the 10 hours of CE as well. With
You're amending the
a combination of beyond use states, compounding, and error, accuracy.
Med errors. Yeah, med errors.
I've got, okay, yeah, prescription accuracy, beyond use dates, compounding, and prescription errors. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, to be heavily weighted for prescription errors.
Okay. And that's in addition. So we got, just to repeat it, be sure we're all on the same page. $6,000 in investigative cost, $7,500 fine, retake the law exam, 10 hours of CE on prescription accuracy, BUDs, compounding, and prescription errors.
Okay, does any other board member have anything to add to that motion?
And I've got.
I would second it.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was fixing to ask. So I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, everybody in favor of the motion signify by saying aye, or either raise your hand.
Aye.
Dr. Richmond?
No.
No? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, the motion
Just for the
passed.
record, we got a 3-1.
We appreciate everybody's time. I know it's late in the day. Thank you for listening to us and thank you for your fairness.
Darren, I'll put all this in a consent agreement and get it over to you, and I'll give y'all time to talk about it. If he decides he does want to accept this, we'll work out time on the fine and stuff. We're not gonna, I mean, there's not gonna be a time issue there. We'll get something worked out if he decides that he does want to accept this. So, but I'll get this to you in a consent agreement, then you can just get back to me.
Thank you very much. Bye.
All right. Thanks, Darren.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Dr. Darling.
Okay, board members?
That's all we have today. We do have a full day tomorrow, so we'll get started at 9. And so it's, like I said, it is quite a few technicians tomorrow. The morning is all technicians with them, kind of got them spaced out. So maybe we won't have a ton on there at a time. And then another prescription error and some inspection issues tomorrow afternoon with some more technicians. So we do have a pretty full day. So start. Go ahead, Dr. Newsom.
Yeah, I've got an NABP meeting at 4:15. So are we gonna have enough board members for someone to take my spot?
Yes. I mean, there's still 4. I mean, Dr. Johnson had to step out a few hours a day. So like I said, this is an informal, so we really don't have to have a specific amount, but yeah, we'll get, if we're not done by then, we'll just get somebody to step into your spot. We'll still have plenty of board members to make decisions.
Thank you.
I will be if you need.
Dr. Richmond?
We're starting at 9.
Yes, I'm sorry,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
9 o'clock. We are scheduled for 9. We had support group scheduled for 9 this morning. They just didn't have anything, but yeah, we do have stuff scheduled at 9 in the morning.
Okay. No, I've got law from 8 to 9. I just want to make sure I was done.
Oh, all right. And Dr. Beck, did you
Sorry.
have-
Oh, I was just gonna say I could do the voting part like you
Okay.
do if you want for the last hour.
And Dr. Jolly, you had your hand up.
I have a follow-up appointment I have to go to tomorrow morning, but I will be back either late morning, surely by the end of lunch. So I'm available to cover in the afternoon as well, but I will be out.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Kraus.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to the staff. I'm sorry I had to leave today. I felt a little embarrassed about that, but anyway, hopefully won't ever have to do this again.
No worries.
Thanks everybody for their hard work today. We had some tough ones. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Have a good
Good
night.
night.
Good night.